Throughout our history, Black Americans have, with great ingenuity and imagination, created a world with its own values and rules. A world defined by unfettered racial self-expression.
Black joy means being in a safe space and feeling free, where you can really be yourself and shed that skin.
Wherever you have a large concentration of African Americans, you have business districts that rise up, that meet the needs in these communities.
I constantly am thinking about what it means to occupy my identities. I do surround myself with Blackness.
As long as race counts in America, Black networks and institutions will always matter.
Black is me. Black is you. Black is not something we get to choose, but it is something we get to cherish. It's something we get to wear, and we get to rock this with honor. I'm Black like my granddaddy and my great-great-great-great-grandma. Black is that lift every voice and sing. Black is that letting your freedom ring and resound. Black is adjective, adverb, color, and noun. You so black. Ooh, you so black. When you smile, the stars come out. Baby, you so black. When you're born, the God come out.
My name is Terry.
Adrian.
That's my twin.
Oh yeah.
BCU's also where I
Baby.
Oh my God. It's therapy, bio, and medicine.
Let's get it. Whew.
Black excellence.
Come on.
Black dude, educated, standing when I walk up in the building like a villain. Currently in school to be a dentist. Orthodontist about to make a killing. 3.7 and you think that I'm a felon? Nah, man, I ain't never been convicted. Trying to go to school to save lives. But you probably think I'm out here killing. But you probably think I'm out here stealing. But you probably think I'm out here dealing. When I put that do-rag on, now you look at me like I'm a villain.
Move to the left a little. Word. Pull up. Play the fiddle. Hey. Up. 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 Walk. Walk. Yes.
If you got it, let me see you wave your hand. When the devil said no, God said
Avengers! Assemble.
Never before have there been anyone that went through what we went through, slavery, discrimination, the whole thing, and then we opt for education over liberation. Now y'all play with that if you want. Liberation is close to the universal God. Education, any fool can put that book together. Y'all can sit there with all your PhDs on. George Washington didn't beat up the damn British for the right to build a college. They was getting liberated. Then once you liberate, you build a college to what you like it to be.
We just had an issue with Monique telling Black women to stop wearing bonnets in public because somehow that's gonna solve all these other issues that it doesn't. They will still fail to recognize the totality of the system because that will require a complete reframing of the world from their perspective, especially if that perspective is at the top of the Black food chain.
Is the concept of Black excellence inherently anti-Black? Yes, because I think in its current iteration, it's so focused in capitalism, it's so focused in being better than everybody that exists in the space that like that to me is something that puts pressure on us that we don't need.
I don't know white people in America, white media execs know how challenging it is to have 4 Black men who represents 4 different aspects of Black manhood, masculinity, right? Non-binary, sit up here, come from different lived experiences in an all predominantly white room, right? With our contracts possibly being considered, right? Brand a future contract outside of here, future of work, right? And have to be able to have this hard conversation. This isn't easy. And to know we did it with such grace, elegance, intellect, beauty, blackness. We leaned in. We weren't afraid to say black man or non-binary or female presenting. Like, I love all of that.
I'm sorry for the men who are tired of being men. God has carefully made you and fixed you just right, and you're trying to change it. Let men be men. If you're not going to be men, braid your hair and start wearing step-ins. Men, I want God to make me a better man. It keeps me from being jealous of others. It keeps me from being lost in pride when I know there's something else I could do. More growth, more power, more strength. Lord, make me a better man.
You're not lazy, you're just tired. Black excellence really just mirrors capitalistic ideals. So it went from being like, I am inherently worthy to, oh, now I'm earning my wealth, right? Now you have the exceptional Blacks, and then you have like the regular low Blacks like me, right? The regular Black folks who, you know, don't have $1 billion or don't have multi-million-dollar businesses, who don't have a bunch of college degrees. It really is like separating, like, oh, I'm coming out of this low place. Now I'm having access to this high place.
It really ends up being some Ayn Randian type shit where the best of the best and like, do y'all thing, are being able to do what they're doing because we are basically throwing away the people that need the most help in our own community.
We all can't be Black excellence. You see what I'm saying? Like if the idea that only the people who have access to these high things or these things that normal like laymen don't have access to, then where does that lead 99.9% of the Black folk? You know what I mean? Like where does that put us? If someone becomes a billionaire, right? Let's say Rihanna, because she just became a billionaire. If she became a billionaire and she's like, you know what? I'm giving away most of my money, right, to the Black community. We all win, right? We can all be Black excellence. But the problem is that's not happening. Like, that's not happening. I was told to go to college, get a good government job, retire, right? It didn't really work out that way. All I have to show for this degree is debt. My degree was actually in deaf studies, like ASL, American Sign Language, and a lot of the jobs that I was qualified for were very entry level. They were very service provider focused. And so a lot of service positions, like the helper positions, don't make a lot of money. People who work in social work don't make a lot of money. They were not trying to pay me nothing, okay? I know that hard work does not always pay off. It hardly ever pays off, especially if you're a Black person, Black woman in America. I'm out of it. I'm not playing this game anymore at the risk of being called, you know, all types of names like lazy or communist or whatever you want to call me. That's fine. I'm still gonna have my peace and I'm still gonna make my decision. I'm not opting to play their game when it wasn't meant for me to play it in the first place.
If you don't work, you don't eat. And that's a motto of our school. Near lunchtime, every child will say, if you don't work, you don't eat. And I think really school should be a minute society where children learn to function in a larger world. It seems now that school becomes more or less just a bypassing thing that children have to go to until you're a certain age, instead of really making them love school and love learning, where they become lifters and not leaners in the world. Because every man who lifts feels better than the man who leans. If there's prejudice or whatever, and I say to our children, that's that person's problem. When you become part of the problem, then you're a problem too. You must all be universal so that you can function any place, not just here in your neighborhood, but as citizens like Socrates, as citizens of the what? Of the world.
I can't afford sleeves. I've always been of the opinion of like, how much of myself do I have to lose to fit in? For some, like how often do I have to tap dance to do the thing to make somebody else feel good about my just existence?
Making it means assimilating upwards into whiteness. And so that's why Black excellence is a farce, because It's all about how can we become more white adjacent, because we'll never be white.
We need to reimagine what the concept of Black excellence is, and just waking up, taking care of your children, or just taking care of your day-to-day chores that you have as an adult. Like, just
it's
like
enough.
all of that is tough by itself. How often do we talk about how ghetto life is, and how it's giving like, oh, I had no idea that it was all like, it's a lot, and I think that we need to give ourselves more grace, and we need to kind of reimagine and think about what we deem as excellent and Black excellence.
The church must go deeper than partisan politics and deal with the peril and the problem that confronts us. It is a moral problem. The federal Constitution welds us together as a fellowship of trust and honesty. Our hope is then to get released in America the moral principles and techniques of Jesus Christ. He has the answer.
Good evening and welcome to another episode of Cutting Through the Culture. I am Chad O. Jackson, and it's good to be here. It's good to be back on this Sunday evening, especially diving into this particular subject, which I'm sure will be a complex subject. As you saw at the beginning of the montage, you see all these people kind of placating excellence, calling it Black excellence, and then at the latter half of the montage, you see these kind of woke communist types who are denouncing Black excellence and saying that we should basically redefine Black excellence to just mean mediocrity because life is hard enough. And so that therein lies the complexity of it all in my mind, and I'm looking forward to hearing Chuck and Keisha and Blanche's take on this this evening. But you know, when you look at just to kind of preface the show, when I look at this thing called Black excellence, which to me doesn't exist at all, I would chop it up into three tiers of Black Americans. You have those who are consciously communist, who you saw in the latter half of that montage. You have those who are unconsciously communist, and then you have those who are saved. And all of those look at this thing called Black excellence in different ways, generally speaking. Those who are unconsciously communist believe that there's nothing wrong with kind of playing a part and kind of being overly excited about something that you should be doing anyway, like getting a job, right? And then you have people who are consciously communist, like the guy you saw with the dreadlocks, like the short-haired woman, who are conflating this thing called Black excellence, which doesn't exist, with excellence writ large, with meritocracy. And they're saying that because one has to work and basically scratch the earth to make a living, that is evidence of the fact that of some kind of unfairness. And because that's unfair, we necessarily need to rejigger the system, to put it in Chuck's words, to make it more livable for Black folks, lazy people, whatever the case may be. So I wanted to bring in the panel so we can discuss this evening. Since I brought Chuck up, I want to introduce him first. How are you today, Chuck?
Oh man, I'm doing well. I went on a little vacation this weekend. The wife and I got away for a little anniversary celebration. So I just got off the highway not too long ago. I was able to lay down for a little bit to try and recharge myself. I was kind of debating on whether or not I was going to make it tonight. And Chad sent me a little text. He said, "Yeah, man, I think you might want to be here for this one." Wink, wink, which is is Chad's way of kind of saying, "I really want you to come through." So I said, "All right, I'll make it through tonight." So I'm gonna give it the old college try. I don't know if I'm going to be at my best tonight, as I'm extremely tired. My brain is like. But I am going to give it the old college try. So, but feeling good, man. Feeling good. It could be worse, but I'm doing all right, man. A pretty fun weekend. So,
would you make of the montage or the topic or any of that?
Man, I'm watching it and I'm like, man, these folks are all over the place. But I like the way you just broke it down into groups. You got your unconscious comment, you got your conscious combination, those that are saved. I'm assuming you mean saved in a Christian sense, like your Joseph H. Jackson. I saw Marva Collins in there as well. Yeah, that was a lot, man. I'm sitting there watching the whole, what was it, like a family of everyone from doctors all the way down to like physical therapists. I guess they're all like a family of folks involved in the medical field some way, somehow. They're all dancing. They got this big coordinated thing. I couldn't even imagine, like, maybe my wife or cousin or auntie or somebody even asking me to participate in something like that. Could you imagine? I know you, bro. I was like, I'm not doing that. It's like, okay, we're gonna cut to you, and then when it's your turn, I want you to do the Cabbage Patch. It's just crazy, man. They look ridiculous. But is notice how, like you said, they started, of course, attacking the concept of meritocracy, which goes to something that I've been harping on a lot recently, which is you cannot have a civilization without meritocracy. I've also been stressing that, even though blacks like to say, and this is one of the things that they credit black folks for establishing, which is the very concept, or how would they put it? They claim that blacks built civilizations. This is what they claim. And this is part of what this sort of lends itself to this very notion of black excellence, because blacks are the builders of civilization. I say no, blacks or, black Africans, they had societies of some sort, but they did not build civilizations, because civilization comes with certain prerequisites that makes a society, or makes that particular society, unique unto itself. So civilizations weren't built in Africa. Civilizations, as far as we can tell, for anyone who's honest, when they do a dispassionate, objective, historical appraisal, will inevitably come to the conclusion that civilization was built in ancient Greece. That's something different. Civilization is different from society. Citizens are different from residents. And notice what they said. Like you said, they're bashing meritocracy. Thus, they are completely eviscerating the very concept of the citizen, freedom, and everything else that trickles down from that. And this is why blacks are being used to push what Victor Davis Hanson refers to, and I use this term as well, pre-civilizational tribalism. They want us to be tribal with one another, therefore they can pull the rug from underneath the civilization as it currently stands. And so we have a lot of problems here. But that's my open. But there was a lot to unpack in that montage, and we'll get to it. Yeah. And I'll pass it off to Keisha or Blanche.
Well, I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have you this evening, Chuck. Thank you for coming through, and happy anniversary to you and the wife.
Thank you. Very happy to be here.
I'm very happy to be here. All right, so we'll bring it. Speaking of Africans, we'll bring Chuck in. I'm sorry, Blanche in to the mix. How are you today, Blanche?
I'm doing well, man. How you doing?
Good. Are you happy to be here?
I am very happy to be here. Yes.
How was your week, man? What did you talk about this week?
I talked about the farmers in the Dutch farmers in South Africa. I think I did another video. I forgot.
Oh, Lizzo. Don't act like you forgot.
Oh, my bad. I did a video on big old Lizzo and her caloric intake. But yeah, that's about it. I gotta think of
What do you make of tonight's subject?
You know how I feel about it. If it's black, it's whack. Now, I would just say black excellence. Again, you put an adjective in front of something, it diminishes it. So once you make if you say love and you say black love, it's just not the same as regular love. And
it kind of cheapens it, doesn't it?
Yeah, because since we started saying black love, black folks stopped getting married. When it was just love, black folks got married and we had communities and families. Then you got black love, which is all toxic and chaotic. So I just think that black excellence, you see black folks even split on what black excellence even is. Half of the folks are thinking it's just, I guess, coming up in the system. Other people are thinking it's an impossible feat because it basically does the Du Bois method with the talented 10th. The top rise and then the bottom stay on the bottom. But I just heard a lot of whining and complaining. I actually got disgusted by it, honestly. I'll be honest with you. Listen to these people talk. It makes me wonder how I didn't see this when I was younger. Like I almost can't see how all of this escaped me for all these years. Like how could I think that people were sounding so powerful and so revolutionary, and then now I listen to them, I'm like, these sound like crybabies, So it's just crazy how your perspective changes when you get more information and you actually get the truth. But I heard a lot of complaining. The old girl, the bald-headed girl said, I can be lazy, or you can call me lazy or call me a communist. So she already knows, like she knows full and well what she's pushing. And the guy, the chubby guy with the dreads, he's so disgusting. That guy is like the biggest whiner and complainer. Like I don't know. It just
how did he pronounce Ayn Rand?
So he
said
what did
or
he
something
say?
like that. Ayn Rand.
Yeah, he did. I forgot how he pronounced it. He might have put the ism on the end, but yeah, that's the same guy who pronounced Thomas Sowell. How did he pronounce his name? Saul.
Thomas Sowell.
Sowell.
That's how I know he's
Thomas
controlled.
Sowell.
Yeah, that's how I know he has a earpiece in his ear. Wanting to add the lovely Miss Keisha King. How are you today, Keisha?
Hello, I am well. Good to see everyone. Hey, Chuck, happy anniversary to you and Shell. Beautiful pictures. I saw them on Instagram. Gorgeous. Good job, Chuck. Well done. Well done, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
So what have you been up to, Keisha? What did you make of the montage, or what do you make of the topic tonight, or both?
Yeah, so I have been talking about on YouTube how evil is right in front of our faces right now, and I've been talking a lot about the election. Y'all know I'm heavily involved in politics, so I've been talking a lot about that and how we're staring evil right in our faces right now. It's a important election. Also, as you guys saw, I'm training for this competition, a Battle of the Ballroom. So the competition is August the 11th. Thank the Lord. I'm ready for this to be over. It has been really tough. But I think I will do well. I had to find my old dancing and cheerleading skills. They were deep down somewhere in there, but I think I got it. Okay, so Black excellence. When we start to carve out these spaces for Black people, what it's saying is that we're not quite capable, to me, this is what I hear. It makes it sound like we're not capable of reaching the same levels that everyone else in society reaches. There's no white excellence, there's no Asian excellence, there's nothing else. So we have to the very fact that we're trying to carve out these special cases, these special categories, seems like it's saying that you're not quite that excellent, or your love is not quite that good. So we have to carve out a special place for Black love and Black excellence and Black pride and all this stuff. And it diminishes what I think Blanche said this, like, it diminishes what that thing is, whatever you're talking about, the excellence, the love, the, obviously you don't want to go around in pride. So I was talking to my oldest this afternoon about this, and I said, what if your co-op teacher was like, oh, Victoria, you did an excellent job for a Black girl. And she looked at me like, what? And so I think it really kind of helped her understand why when you carve it out, it's not really a compliment. It's it's you're not saying anything special. You're actually it's actually degrading the thing that you that you're trying to achieve. So
I would agree with that. And I don't think Black folks who use the term Black excellence really understand that's what they're doing consciously. I think subconsciously they know that, but consciously they don't, because you heard the girl with the braids kind of toward the end of the montage say, "We will never be white," right? And she said this in a kind of defeatist way, because she conflates like genuine excellence to whiteness, and necessarily she sees Black excellence as kind of like a step below, and she thinks that this thing called Black excellence has a certain ceiling to it, because you can never, to Jay-Z's point in his song The Story of OJ, you'll always be a nigga no matter how much you accomplish. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the lyrics of that song, but he talks about this painting that he bought that cost millions of dollars and is going to appreciate, and he can pass on that wealth to his children and all these different things that he's been able to accomplish. But at the end of the day, I'm still a nigga. And so this is a kind of messaging that disseminates through the Black quote unquote community. And so when you look at these words, these kind of words that are in the Black vernacular, the African American vernacular, right? Including Black excellence, I think it's necessary to define what that is. So I want to ask you all, what do you think? Like, how would you define Black excellence? I think what I would define it as is, I think it's a kind of tier 2 level of excellence. It's not excellence at all. I tweeted the other day that it's excellence light, that it's not, it's not something that should be taken seriously at all. And I would just go so far as to say it doesn't even exist at all. But Blanche, how would you define it?
I think Candor's comment was spot on. He said that Black excellence means doing what you're supposed to be doing. And so I think that when Black folks do what they're supposed to be doing, they say it like it's really just prideful. It reminds me of like the Great Value brand at Walmart. So it's kind of like Black excellence, Great Value excellence, or Great Value love. It's just a generic knockoff. But in all honesty, what he said to me is spot on, is that when Black folks do regular achievements, they say it's Black excellence, as if you're really admitting that it's not the norm. If you think about even coming up with these terms, you make these things an anomaly. So you make achievement an anomaly. You make all these things that you're doing something that's rare in the Black community. So, but I would just say that Black folks have a level of pride that's unmatched. And so when they do normal things, they think they need to get an extra, I guess, pat on the back, or extra congratulations. But to me, again, what Black folks are calling Black excellence is just them doing like that family that Chuck was talking about. I mean, think about it. If you come from a decent household, your parents are middle class, upper middle class, whatever, y'all should be going to college getting degrees. Like, that's par for the course. Like, you're not doing anything that's spectacular by following what your parents did or following what your demographic is. And so again,
exactly,
you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just think it's just doing what you're supposed to be doing. It's like, it doesn't make it. In other words, you're not special for achieving, because everybody achieves.
Right.
And it's ill because that's like the tamest, most, I don't know, benign kind of examples, I think. But to cross over into the more dangerous aspects, I think first of all, Black excellence, speaking of educational attainment, Black excellence means getting shot, killed at your high school graduation, like we saw that happened to this one young man, what was it, in Virginia a few months ago. Tragic, but yeah, you're seeing fights and shootouts and things like that breaking out at these high school graduations. It's like, yeah, well, we know so-and-so we got beef with. Yeah, we know he gonna be at his graduation, so we'll get him there. These people, man, I mean, nothing is sacred. But anyway, when it comes to what Chad said, what he referred to as the conscious Marxists versus the unconscious Marxists, I look at the conscious Marxists as I guess I can call them the call it the Black intelligentsia. See, what I see happening is you have Blacks with and like, I think we've asked this question before, which is, why does it seem, and I've been asked this question a lot recently for not for some odd reason, because I think it's a question worth answering, and that is why it seems like Blacks are very susceptible to these Marxian ideas. Why is that? And just to simplify for the sake of time, Blacks are easy to identify as the other, considering our literal appearance. And so we sort of, we're able to either wittingly or unwittingly be maneuvered into a position to where, to use Chad's language, we become an annoyance to America for the sake of the Black intelligentsia, who create these vanity projects in order to try and figure out or to make a way for their cockamamie ideas, for their cockamamie solutions to certain problems, and this, that, and the third. And so it's just an expression and an exercise in self-indulgence on their behalf at the expense of the people that they claim to lead. And the people that they claim to lead would be the unconscious Marxian types, because they're never the wiser, right? So what happens is you have a group of Black folks, and you have, and this is true in America when it comes to Blacks, but this has also been true of other groups in other countries and other parts of during other times and in other places. For example, we talked about Thomas Sowell earlier. Thomas Sowell has a great deal of scholarship on how you saw similar phenomenons in other countries, where a group of individuals who are, I guess, residing within their host cultures, and we see the rise of an intelligentsia among them, and they, for the most part, specialize scholastically in what we refer to as the soft sciences. And these are the people who go on to become your community organizers, your politicians, your leaders and demagogues, and what have you. And so this is what I see happening. So you have Blacks who exhibit a sort or display behavior that the host culture or the wider society would take offense to. And as opposed to when in Rome, you cling to your dysfunction because the charlatans that claim to speak for you tries to give your poor behavior intellectual and scholastic legitimacy. And so that become within the bubble, within their own limited bubble, that becomes, in its various expressions, becomes examples of Black excellence in their minds, because the Black intelligentsia that lord over them has convinced them of such. All the while, the people who have convinced them of this are simply doing so in order to gain ranks, in order to cross over into to gain and acquire respectability by the very same people that they've convinced the people that they manipulate, that oh, these folks over here don't like you. But see, I'm going to kind of finesse my way into that circle at your expense. Just like, we see them, Ibram X. Kendi and Ta-Nehisi Coates, and those are some of your younger ones. But all the way going back to Dr. John Henry Clark. Fast forward right on up to the Ibram X. Kendis of today.
Yeah. And what's weird is that I see a lot of conservatives like quoting John Henry Clark. You know what I mean? But I digress. I mean, it kind of feeds into a reoccurring theme on this show when we expose how black quote unquote Republicans or black quote unquote conservatives are just as susceptible to this kind of nonsense as your folks on the left. It's interesting because a few shows back we talked about are blacks naturally conservative, and I said then and I'll say again that when it comes to the quote unquote conservatism of blacks, a black person might be raised in a household where their parents have some values that are traditional. However, when it comes to a kind of clashing between cultures, that is the traditional culture that's present and some of the values with which you were grown, that you're raised with, versus the pop culture, it seems that for the large part, pop culture always wins out against the traditional relics within how a black person is brought up. And so my question is, what is the state of your conservatism as a black person? Is it enough to overcome and triumph against pop culture, or does it pale in comparison to pop culture? And oftentimes what we find is the latter to be true opposed to the former. Keisha, what is your definition of black excellence?
So I wrote down, it's an emotional response to people who now, because I don't think that in the past that would have been a thing. And I'm saying in the past, like probably pre-1955 maybe. But it's an emotional response to people who now need to be congratulated for doing the norm. It's kind of it shows people who walk around with Black excellence shirts or do videos about Black excellence and all that kind of stuff. That lady that was on doing that that poem at the BET Awards or whatever that was. It was probably like the Stella Awards or something like that. Even worse. But those kind of people, I feel like they probably have extremely low self-esteem. And even her aggression, it's like saying, it's telling to me that she's trying to convince her own self of the words. Like it's so aggressive and it's so terrifying almost, it just seems like these people don't really have genuine belief in themselves. And so they get when my mother used to say, an empty wagon makes a lot of noise. So it's like when you don't really know anything, you don't really have much going on, you gotta be all emotional and all loud and all doing all the things, because you're not really confident within yourself anyway. So now it's Black excellence, it's Black love, it's doing all of these emotional, it's saying all these things, and it's really just showing just kind of where you are internally. That's kind of what I think it's like really indicative of what's going on inside of you.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, Keisha, that what you just said, and it seems that way, and if it were that way, I think that we'd be dealing with something. The problem would be a lot easier to tackle. Unfortunately, it's the opposite. These people, whenever you look at surveys and studies of self-esteem and these various, Blacks in the United States have the highest perception of themselves as opposed to others. For example, one of the measures that they look at is, and they've been, one of the key factors is that sociologists look at, for example, are rates of suicide. For Blacks to be suffering from all of this trauma and post-traumatic stress syndrome and all these made up, psychological conditions that they claim blacks are suffering from due to the legacy of slavery. The stats don't confirm, the stats betray their narrative, because it statistically speaking, what I'm trying to say is that whites suffer from a higher rates of suicide in comparison to blacks, which again many sociologists and other types who do this sort of research say this is indicative of low self-worth, for example, a rate of suicide. But also again, just on its face, when asked, people when surveyed asked, do they have a higher perception of themselves? Blacks have a very, very high sense of self-worth, a very, inflated perception of themselves. And to me, that is extremely dangerous. Also, again, it reminds me of something I watched, and I mentioned Thomas Sowell again. It's sort of hard not to mention him when you talk about these sorts of things. But I recall watching an interview with Thomas Sowell, and I think the interview is still posted on YouTube somewhere. It's broken up into 2 parts. Back in 1993, Thomas Sowell was on a radio station talking about the current condition of the American school system, and this was 1993. And if you were to listen to that interview, it would sound as though Thomas Sowell was speaking today. Because the same exact things were happening in 1993. I guess we just weren't really paying attention. And he brought up the fact that they actually took Japanese students and American students, and they had this standardized test to try and get an assessment on how good they were in math. But at the same time, this was the kicker. They asked them, right, how much they liked math and if they thought they were good at math. The American students said, "Oh man, they love math. They were so great at it, right?" And of course, they were destroyed by the Asian students. But the flip side was the Asian students said they didn't like math. They hated it. They couldn't stand it. They didn't like doing it. But they were better at it, even though they didn't like doing it. Think about what I just said now. So that just plays into it. Again, this is a universal problem across America, but it is extreme when it comes to blacks, because blacks are the most confident in themselves. They claim they can do any and everything, but of course, it'll seem like that because you probably don't even really know, for example, just figuratively speaking, what hard math is or hard anything is, because you just aren't, and it goes into what we're talking about. I guess within the context of the entire conversation, is that blacks have created some kind of different mutated thing. I
think it's a facade, though. I think it's one thing to say it, but when you look at the actions, it's like, and I know exactly the study you're talking about, and I know I've heard that. I saw that Thomas Sowell that video. And I think it's one thing, like when we really think about, look at, what's going on in society, I think it's one thing to say it, but when we look at the actions, like do you really love yourself when even something as just going to the grocery store, when you just go to the grocery store in a bonnet, like, do you really value how you're presented to the world? Like, do you really value yourself? Do you really value, how your children are, how your children are being raised, how they are being presented to the world, your kids running around diapers and all that, you know what I'm saying? So I think
you're right, Keisha. You're right, Keisha. But see, that's the black excellence. That's like that glass ceiling, right? That they construct over there, right? That's the whole point. That's what we're saying. You get what I'm saying? It's like,
I'm sorry.
You're absolutely right, Keisha. It's like, this should make sense. This shouldn't be the case, but it is the case in their minds, because they've completely twisted. Whether we're talking, this abandonment of objective standards, objective truths, and how this is an affront to God and everything else. We know how atheistic and secular the black community has become. And so, yes, they've created their own set of rules and standards, and in their mind, again, objectively speaking, they're wrong. But that's why I said that if what you said, it may be a little bit easier to tackle this issue if they, realize that, they don't really, they say the first step for an addict is to recognize that they have a problem. They don't even recognize that they have a problem.
Go ahead, Blanche.
Well, no, I think that in this whole process, there has to be a demoralization process.
Right.
So you have to convince somebody to not rely on their own merit, their own standards, their own initiative, their own work ethics. You have to convince them to rely on blackness. So what Chuck is saying is correct in that they have confidence in blackness, not their actual identity.
Boldly going nowhere.
So you're right, Keisha. They don't really have a true confidence in self. They have a confidence in blackness. And if you think about it, blackness hasn't failed because blackness it hasn't. I mean, think about it. Blackness is still here. Like everything that's been black is still thriving as black. It is actually getting bigger. So to me, I think that this process starts with them convincing someone that you are not smart because you put in the work. You're smart because you're black. You're not gifted because God blessed you. You're gifted because you're black. And so now these young black people or children or whatever start putting all their stock in blackness. That's what old girl said. Basically, I don't have to work and I can just be black and I'm good. Like again, somebody has to convince you not to rely on your own intelligence, your own work. Somebody has to tell you that don't matter. Just be black. And so that's what we see, and what Chuck is saying is right, is that they're confident in black. So yeah, I love math, I love science, because blackness will get me through. Keep in mind, blackness gonna get them Fs, but they don't care because they still black. So how could you lose? I get an F, I'm black. I get an A, I'm black, so I'm still black. So essentially, I win.
That's so fascinating. And it's external. Because it's still it's an untangible thing that you can't put your hand on. You can't. It doesn't exist. It's just made up. Right. Blackness. Because it's not. It has nothing to do with melanin levels. Clearly, you can claim it because you have. Because it's visible, but it's not something that you can actually put your hands on. That is so wow. I feel like we just had like a major breakthrough. I don't know. I did. Like this is like I think we have solved the problem.
We can end the show right now. Go ahead, Chuck.
That's
Keisha thinking like it's kind of hard to put yourself in that frame of mind because it's so foreign to you, Keisha, because you're such a normal person. You're such a sane, rational, grounded person. You're looking at it from your point of view, and I get it. It's hard to put yourself in that frame of mind. These people are so whacked out. But yeah, they have this overly inflated sense of themselves, their worth, their competence. It is quite amazing. Because why? Because like Blanche just said, yes, they meet the standard of black excellence, and that's all that matters. And when you toss in the whole victimhood thing as well, and then you start throwing out these slogans and phrases about my ancestors, and we built pyramid, we did this, we built civilization, we did that to build that. And so just like in the montage when they said when black folks come together, we create businesses, we do this and we do that, although that doesn't seem to be the case now for whatever strange reason. But they think that all of it, there's just this peculiar, unseen metaphysical osmosis amongst blacks, and all of a sudden this, all of this genius just sort of manifests itself. It just rubs off on you some way, somehow, whether it
they're
be
taking credit for something they haven't done.
Yeah, it may take credit for something they haven't done. It's the same reason why for example, they say they will blame white folks of today for being the beneficiaries of the things that their ancestors did, and we are the cultural beneficiaries of things that we had nothing to do with. And so we can claim cultural currency for being the creators of civilizations and the mothers and the fathers of Earth and so on and so forth.
And one thing a couple of things I wanted to add. Everything that was just said by all three of you is absolutely spot on. As far as this notion of black excellence, I wanted to bring this up last time, Keisha, whenever you brought up your interview with Roland Martin, because you said that you told him, like, look, you made it, you did this, you did that. Why are you now telling black folks that they can't make it, that the system's rigged against them? One of the things that I wanted to respond to, but we were short on time, is to say that as far as him, quote unquote, making it, he didn't make it primarily on the merit of his capabilities. He made it, and he will tell you this himself, by bullying, his colleagues with the leverage of his blackness, with the leverage of his quote unquote disadvantage. And so he puts himself in a position as, oh, if you don't give me this promotion, if you don't give me this job, it's because you're racist. So he knows how to play the game. So he kind of throws his kind of black weight around, so to speak, so as to get positions. And that's how he was able to quote unquote make it. The fact is, when I see these people in the TikToks dancing and they have on their scrubs and all this, that, and the other, like, why can't you just be normal? Like, why can't you just be like, I don't see Asians on TikTok dancing because they passed a medical, they got their medical license or what have you. You know what I mean? So it's like, it goes back to, it goes back to what Blanche was saying, is like, you're doing the stuff that you're supposed to do. If you have, like, Jesus talks about in the Bible, he gives a word picture, a parable of talents. And what he's communicating is, if you're given a talent, if you're given a skill, if you're given something, if you're raised in a household where you have parents who love you and they invest in you, and even if you don't, whatever life gives you in the way of opportunity, especially in a Western country like the United States of America, if you take advantage of that opportunity, that's not something that is extraordinary. That's something that you're supposed to do in the first place. But black folks will turn around and call that black excellence. Like, for me, it's like, one of the ways that I know that black excellence, that there is no such thing, is if a person tells me that they are an example of black excellence, I will then ask them, give me an example of your excellence. Give me an example of your quote unquote black excellence. That black person will then proceed to say, well, I got a degree in this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, well, do white people have a degree in this, that, and the other? Yes. Right. Okay, then it's not black excellence. Mm-hmm. Do Asian people have a degree in that? Okay, then it's not black excellence. If you can show me one thing that is exclusively unique to black people that they can do that no other person can do, then I will agree with you that that's black excellence. If anybody else can do it, it's not black excellence. It's just doing the things that you're supposed to do to make it in life. Does that make
that's
sense?
why there's no logic in there in these. That's why you can be a king and a queen and oppressed. That's why you can be like these illogical statements, because it's not really real. It's not a real thing. So you can just say anything. Like, you can just make up anything.
Parthogenesis, man. Parthogenesis. Black people cannot. We created the black woman out of the darkness. She was able to procreate without a male. So y'all don't know. Y'all don't understand.
What a mess.
No inside joke for all the new people.
No, but if you're in the comment section and you disagree with me, you think that black excellence is a thing, hey, I'm open to learning something today. Show me a thing that only black people can do that no one else can do, that is an example of, Eminem can rap just as well as the other rappers.
Oh, except for when it comes to African slaves that came over to America, they were not supposed to take advantage of their opportunity, Chad. They were supposed to just, be slaves forever, I guess, because everybody on Twitter and on Instagram has been telling me that the African slaves were not supposed to take advantage of their opportunity.
Black folks are mad that Elvis Presley became a huge rock star. It's like, the dude can sing, the dude can dance. Right. He had the qualifications. He was able to capitalize on it for his own benefit. I'm not mad at the man. DJ Khaled.
He took somebody's style. That's why they mad.
But he was able to deliver it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody takes somebody's style. They all plagiarize somebody's style. Like, there's no really unique artist anywhere. Like, they all bite from somebody else.
Exactly.
So they all do it.
He was able to deliver.
Chad, you see that clip of the guy? The clip of the guy. He graduated from medical school and he was crying. He was in the.
No, I
he was
haven't
like,
seen that.
Gosh, it's a clip of a guy. Everybody's
Send
in
me,
there like,
send me a link if you have it, and I'll play it on here. Let's get into these. Let's get into these super chats. We have one from Ash G. I think this is the only one actually. It says, "My spidey sense knows this commentary is going to be good." I agree, especially since we have a full house tonight with Chuck with us this evening. So, well, looks like we have another one too from. Whoops, where'd it go? Disappeared. I had it and then it left. It was another $5 super chat. I can't find it anywhere. I'm using a different platform tonight, so it's not as like the super chats are not as readily available as they are when I use StreamYard. So you have to excuse me for that. I did want to play a clip as it pertains to something that Keisha and Chuck mentioned earlier, and it's from a PBS docuseries that came out at the same time that our film Uncle Tom 2 came out. And they used some of the same kind of archival footage that we used, which is interesting. I'll get into that in a moment. But so thank you for Miss Riri for the super sticker. I really appreciate the support of the show. We also got one from the new Michaela. This is a super chat. It says, "I enjoy cutting through the culture on Sundays. I invited my cousin to listen tonight so he can be informed and hopefully deprogrammed." It says, you guys, Jacoby, just listen. I guess her cousin's name is Jacoby. Don't put your cousin on blast like that, Ms. Michaela.
Man, put him on blast, man. Put him on blast. Bring him in front of the firing squad. What you mean? Red pill or blue pill? What you want, Neil? You better swallow the red pill. Come on.
We got one from Mr. Old Faithful himself, Mr. Rick Hempstead, always coming through with the super chats. He says, "Great show, happy anniversary, Chuck and Michelle." So yeah, happy anniversary, Chuck and Michelle. I think from this point forward for the rest of the year, I'm going to give a shout out to Chuck and Michelle for their anniversary. Their anniversaries all year long, not just tonight. And then we also have a super chat from Dayon. From Dayon, no comment. Thank you, Dayon, for your support of the show. So listen to Henry Louis Gates, this knucklehead. Listen to what he says in terms of Black history.
Throughout our history, Black Americans have, with great ingenuity and imagination, created a world with its own values and rules. A world defined by unfettered racial self-expression.
Black joy.
You know, cap, 100% and utter cap. Like, no, these people were decent in spite of their color notwithstanding. They were doing the same thing white folks are doing, the same thing the Irish are doing, the same thing that Asians were doing. They were taking advantage of opportunities and being successful in spite of their color. What they were doing was not indicative of racial expression. What the hell are you even talking about? Go ahead, panel.
So this is why when Black Republicans, the pro-Black Republicans and conservatives, whatever, when they start talking about like, you can't go into like the Republican Party has to approach Black people in a certain way as if they are some different type of human species. You know, you have to go in there because you're going into the jungle. I'm like, no, you go in there, you talk to them just like you would talk to anybody else. Like right. We don't have special needs that other groups of people don't have. We all want the same at the core of everybody. We want the same things. That is one of the that's why you don't succeed, because you go in there talking down to them like they are some type of, special creature. You don't have to do all that. Yeah. Those Black people, they were doing what everybody else did.
Right.
Because that's what human beings do. Right. Until, they stopped. And then we see the fallout of that. It's so crazy to me. That's all.
Well, it goes back to what Chad was saying. That's why he played the clip referencing something that I said earlier, something else that Keisha said earlier. I mean, there it is. You have someone who is making excuses for a lot of the poor behavior that you see being displayed amongst blacks, and what they've done is they've turned it into human capital in this twisted sort of way, because they see it as something that they can commoditize. So they bring these things to the market for sale, because in their minds, without it, what would I be? And so you saw that, earlier on with the Harlem Renaissance, for example. Chad has talked a lot about the Harlem Renaissance over the past few months. I've been on a few talks with him. Yeah, we've been on talks together about this. You saw blaxploitation in the 60s and in the 70s. And so now that this dysfunction, quite frankly, has become synonymous with, black culture, in many ways, we don't see a way around it, or we don't necessarily feel, or we don't deem it necessary to abandon these negative stereotypes, because without it, what would we sell? Because these are the things that make us cool, hip and jive and, on the cutting edge. And, we are the tip of the cultural spear in America. And so we don't want to go back to being, lame, normal, or mundane, or banal. And so we have to be have to be extra, as we say. We got to be extra, because if you ain't being extra, then, you ain't black. So this is the power of black expression, and we do this and we do that. It's just, you have this intellectual in Gates giving this type of foolishness is an endorsement. It's sad. It really is.
Real quick before you go, Keisha and Chuck, I'm sorry, Keisha and Blanche. So I just wanted to address what Simulated Student says, because I think this requires nuance. He says he's correct. Black people have created a world with their own rules, i.e. no rules. And you're right. However, if we're talking about prior to 1960, that's not the case, at least not by and large. You don't see this becoming the case until round about the late 60s, early 70s, where you have the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other subsequent acts which are supposed to be catered to black folks. And they're being told by their quote unquote leaders that, you are entitled. You are entitled because of slavery. You are entitled because of Jim Crow. And as such, rather than assimilating to the larger host society, as Chuck would put it, or, the larger society, as Thomas Sowell would put it, you have a lot of these individuals, your Stokely Carmichaels, your Jesse Jacksons, the whole gamut of them, who are saying that you must be assertive with your quote unquote blackness. And so then you begin to see this popularization of making your own rules that are different from the larger society, because you are going to show it, you're going to show this kind of capitalist system who you are and what your identity is, and they're going to have to acquiesce and succumb to you. And it doesn't quite work out that way. Again, 1960s, 1970s, you see the emergence, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck, of black studies classes in higher education. You have a lot of black folks who are getting into college by way of affirmative action, and they're taking what? Black studies. And they're taking, they're getting master's degrees in subjects that will land them in a kind of social worker job. And then they wonder why they're not making any money. So when they get their little social worker job, they don't make any real money. They say, I did everything America said I was supposed to do, and I'm broke. So the American dream is a lie. Like, no, you're a lie. You're a lie because you're a child of Satan. You're a child of the devil, who is a lie. And so you are, by extension of him, a lie. Like, plan your life a little bit better. Why should it be my burden as someone who has actually chose a career that's actually going to earn my family money and earn myself money? Like, why should it be my burden to then have to utilize my tax dollars to pay for your way because you didn't make better decisions? Like, you chose to get a social worker degree. Come on now. Like, what are we even talking about? Go ahead, check in. I'm sorry, Keisha and Blanche.
I said my piece. I was, I just, you know, these African study degrees or these lesbian theory degrees or all this foolishness. I told my children I will not pay for. Go and tell me you better go get an African studies degree if you want to. You'll be scratching and surviving like on Good Times.
Yeah, the old girl got the degree in how to treat deaf pit bulls, and then she wondered why she can't get a job. I mean, like, these people are crazy, man. Listen, she's crazy. I sent you that link.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, text it to me because I can't find, like, for some reason I'm not seeing the private chat. Did you text it to me or did you put it in the private chat?
I did both. I sent you the group text too.
Okay, I'm gonna download it then. I'm gonna download it. Picking back up on these super chats, we have one from Jahan. It says, "Good evening to good evening to everyone on the panel and in the chat. It's been a while, but I'm glad I was able to make it tonight." Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, Jahan. Thank you for joining us this evening for this particular topic.
Yeah, Jahan, man, that's the money man.
I think that's it.
Jahan dropping racks, boy.
No, he's not up there with Rick Hampstead though. I don't think he might be. He might be.
I don't know, man. Jahan come through, man, like he's selling moving pies, man.
he's pushing that work.
They call him Big Meat, Larry Hoover.
I wanted to get your guys' response to, have y'all seen this Black Excellence music video produced by Tyrese Gibson?
Okay, let me get myself together.
Sorry?
All right, I'm ready.
Tyrese is always crying? That's Tyrese?
Yeah, that's Tyrese. It's funny, though, because he said something recently. I think he was crying about Jesus or something like that. And then, of course, as we do, as conservatives, we jumped all over it. Yeah, Tyrese Gibson, he's a conservative now. He's a Christian. He's on our side. No. Why are Republicans so gullible? I digress. Okay, so let's this is a video produced by him called Black Excellence. I wanted to respond or play it here for the audience to see and for the panel to respond to. Fair use, as the late Kevin Hemmings would say, and as you know, we're legally obligated to do, apparently, per the YouTube. So y'all check this out and tell me what y'all think. Of course, you got to open with the. Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me.
Yeah, I'm looking at these figures.
Yeah, 3,000.
Right. See the numbers? I'm like, where you get the numbers from?
I almost skated past that. Hold on.
Start with some nonsense. I knew it.
Let me get y'all out of the way. Oh, that's not what happened at all. That's not what happened at all. There were a couple dozen of people who lost their lives during the Tulsa race riot. It wasn't a massacre. They didn't start calling it a massacre until 2018. So there's that. And then as far as 3,000 African Americans dead, no. There were a couple of dozens of both blacks and whites who died as a result of this riot. Like, what are we even talking about? And they get to say this stuff and be fast and loose with it because they know no one's going to challenge them on it at all.
In 1922, there were not 21 churches in all of Oklahoma, let alone Tulsa. Are you kidding me?
Shut
All right,
21 churches.
21 churches,
How many
man.
members in each church? 50 members in each. Come on, man, stop.
And they don't have to quote their, they don't have to cite their sources at all. They can just say stuff.
Oh, no,
and black
man.
folks are going to go along with it.
Let's-
They know their
let's-
audience. They know their audience.
So they have private. So they have private jets too. They have private jets. Black Wall Street. They have private. Come on.
It's Blanche. Then he says a half a dozen private airplanes. So that even means that some were still left. So the 6 that got destroyed, there was even more that were still there.
Man, listen, man.
I
I'm
don't know,
sorry.
y'all. Let's
Come on, man. Come on. Now.
let's hold on, man. Any members of the Gap Band still alive, man? Let's ask them. As you know, that's the legend. They say that song. You dropped the bomb on me.
You
was
dropped the
about the
bomb
Tulsa,
on
man.
me.
Yeah.
Baby, you dropped the bomb on me. The way you turned me out now. No, but listen.
And that's supposedly where they got their name from. The Gap Band, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, about the Tulsa district. And that song is supposed to be about the
I don't think y'all feel me though. Private, y'all. Come on, man. Listen, man. Come on, man. So where's the airport? Where was the Tulsa airport when they were taking off? Because they couldn't go to the white man's airport. So where was the black airport?
No, but listen though. The where's the part of them building it back? Like where's that at in this little opening? They'll tell you about 3,000 people, which I don't know where they got that number from. 600 successful businesses lost, all this other nonsense. But what about the verifiable fact, which is provable by footage, archival footage, that shows that by 1925 it was built back. And if you look at that footage, if you look closely, you see that the black restaurants have white customers there eating, right? And so you see this kind of camaraderie between blacks and whites in Tulsa. Like I've been a part of a little playground riot before when I was in elementary school, and the next day we were at recess together playing like nothing ever happened. I would suffice it to say that the same exact thing happened here in Tulsa in 1921. But
it was black versus white in the playground.
We had a little race riot. And it was funny though because it was we had music class at Alex Ponder Elementary School in the 3rd and 4th grade, and during Black History Month we would watch The Wiz, and we would also watch The Wizard of Oz and talk about the differences between the cultures and how black people were done. This was at a predominantly white school, mind you, how black people were done unjustly and all this, that, and the other. And then black people, like the black kids, felt some kind of way about it. And so they call themselves, myself included, trying to pick on the white kids for the injustices of our ancestors had to suffer. And we had a whole race riot in 4th grade on the playground. And then the very next day, we're playing soccer together. We're yucking it up together, right?
Who won?
So
Who won?
again, what? Of course the black kids and Mexicans won. Like it was blacks and Mexicans against little white kids.
With the Mexicans, y'all cheated. Y'all cheated.
But yeah, it was the thing is like that kind of, on the side note, speaks to the kind of embittering effect of this kind of CRT. And of course in 1997, 98, 1999, when I was in the 4th grade, of course, then it wasn't called CRT, although CRT was a thing back then. We didn't recognize it as that. But yeah, the effect was just the same. Teach black kids that you have always been under the thumb of the white man, under the thumb of oppression. And so this is the reason why you needed to assert yourself through The Wiz, my teachers looking back on it now were super woke. Like they showed us all this black art saying that we needed to do this because white society wouldn't accept us. And as we'll get to later in the show, we'll see that with people like Nat King Cole and others, that's actually not the case. You know what I mean? And so, anyway, let's get into this.
And
Go ahead, Chuck.
No, just like you said about The Wiz too. You got The Wizard of Oz, and then you had to I guess, give it a little soul. It's funny, like, that's what they used to say back then. You got soul. I was supposed to be like, you black it up, right? But then you think about, like you mentioned, Elvis Presley earlier. You take someone like Elvis Presley, who admired black expression. A lot of these early blues and rock performers like, Muddy Waters and Chuck Berry and all these other groups. And, you saw the effect that they had. Huh?
Did he grow up around black folks? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he grew up around black folks. And then, you saw, a lot of these black artists didn't gain the commercial success in the States, but their music made its way across the pond. And then, you had the whole European invasion, the British invasion, and the Stones and the Beatles and whatnot. And they came, and then they were like, listen, it's just like, where you get your style? Where you get, how'd you come up with this? And we picked it up from, black artists in America. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, what's going on here? And so they say, well, this is an example of American racism. It's like, yes, we love Elvis, but, Chuck Berry and guys like that, it's over there. Like, we love Elvis and Buddy Holly and these guys, they're up here, and all the black artists, and they're down there. Well, maybe Elvis Presley was just a better singer, better performer than the black artists that influenced him. Maybe Eminem is just one of the best rappers, to ever do it. It's just, but then when you have this blending of cultures, you see whites picking up things they like about black culture, certain aspects of black culture they take it, they imitate it or whatever. That's racist because that's cultural appropriation. You ignore us, and it's just like, well, you're ignoring us and you don't appreciate our culture, so that's an example of your racism also. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know what I mean? But it's okay when you got black Ariels are being created, all these black, these characters that were depicted as white traditionally, and the Brothers Grimm and all these German and Germanic and British and fairy tales and narratives. But now we need diversity, equity, inclusion in all of these stories because blacks need to be represented. But in the past, it was wrong when whites did it. So,
it's really just for gender ideology. That is not about no doggone black people. And it's so funny to watch black people clamor over themselves about DEI when really the majority of that stuff is literally about LGBTQ.
Yeah.
Somebody in the comment section, I wasn't laughing at you, Keisha. I was laughing because somebody said I thought Little Richard built the pyramids.
Oh no, I didn't even see you. But I just thought about that. With this whole DEI stuff.
Somebody said I thought Little Richard built the pyramids.
No, that was part of his his little get up is he would claim things that he didn't do and basically pout about not getting the recognition he deserves. So that was part of his whole thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Khalil Abdul.
Founders of rock and roll.
Right. Shout out to Khalil Abdul Malik. He says, let's see here. Howdy, Chad, Chuck, Blanche, and Keisha for cutting through the culture family. Miss y'all and glad to be back. I have been watching the playback shows. Keep up the great work and God bless. I owe you a phone call, Khalil. We keep playing phone tag, so I'll get back to you soon. Somebody also said they never liked the Wiz, but they spelled it WHIZ. I wonder if they did that on purpose.
They did it on purpose.
I never liked the Wiz either. I always thought it was creepy. I mean, although I've always been a Michael Jackson fan, I always thought the Wiz was very, very creepy.
Yeah, very dark and very no pun intended, but very dark and is very creepy.
I've never seen the Wiz. So.
I like the white verse. I like Dorothy. I like Toto. I feel much safer in the white eyes. You go to the black eyes, and this is
you might not make it out.
Hey, both are creepy. Let's not get twisted. Both are creepy, but the Wiz is like a whole.
Oh,
have you seen it, Chuck?
Yeah, I saw the Wiz.
How would you rate it? Would you give it a 5
I
star?
mean, it's one of those things that I've seen, that you saw growing up as a kid. Me personally, I hate musicals. I find them annoying. I don't like them. I'm sorry. I know there've been some great classics, Dancing in the Rain and West Side Story and all that stuff, but I just hate musicals. I hate movies with I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of musicals, so I just don't like them.
Don't you carry nothing that might be a load. You better ease on down the road.
I don't like them either, Chuck. But The Wizard of Oz had just enough singing to where you're not irritated. But I agree with you. I hate when they just break out the song. I don't
Tyler Perry movies.
I can't stand it. I hate musicals.
Or the
My
plays,
wife
not
knows
the
me.
movies. I guess the plays.
No, I just don't like them. I just don't like them. I'm not a fan of that genre of film. Ain't knocking. I'm just not a fan of it.
I was gonna say we should do a movie night and watch it, watch The Wiz. But
Oh, that would be creepy. We'll have no people watching.
and I've never seen it, so
Yeah, everybody will tune out by like minute 10. They're like, "No, this is too much. This is just too much." Diana Ross is Dorothy. Are you serious? All right.
Stop.
At least get Janet Jackson.
There's no place like home. She left the projects.
I should have known better. Yeah. Before I let you I should have known better.
First of all, yeah, whatever. I know you've been asking me all day, why is everybody overdressed? What is going on? I want you to be my date to the Black Excellence Ball.
Man, come on.
Really?
Come on, man. Come on. They ain't gonna burn no cross that fast, y'all. They just sat down. Come on, man.
They already. I mean, what are we? 30 seconds into the clip, they already got the Brennan Cross.
So they got Burning Cross on standby. They got to wait in the back, just pull them out, light them.
He said, "I want you to be my date to the Black Excellence Ball," and she got excited about that. Now, Keisha. Now, Keisha, if you were on a date with a brother, right, and he said, "You might be wondering why I asked you to dress all fancy tonight, right? I got us tickets to the Black Excellence Ball." Would you respond the way she responded?
First of all, he slid her a piece of paper. He didn't even ask her. He put it on a piece of paper like he was in 5th grade. Okay, like why? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was supposed to be like romantic or something. Maybe I don't know. But no, I don't want to go. Me personally, I'm not doing the Black Excellence Ball. I'm booked and busy that night. Okay. No. And why? I mean, were they just coming from somewhere? Or I mean, like you're at the diner. They must have been coming from somewhere already.
They weren't going nowhere. He said what it was. I asked you to dress up all fancy for this. Like they weren't coming from nowhere. They came from the house.
You made me put on makeup. I did my hair. I done got my little shawl. I have, I did and done, honey. And you're just going to ask me to the Black Excellence Ball? Oh, I would never talk to him again. I'm like, at this point, I'm thinking we're about to go somewhere, or this better be like that fire that just erupted better have like, will you marry me, like in like somewhere, because I'm looking, I done did my best. I done put on my best. And this is what we doing? No, I don't think so. That's unacceptable.
Is the girl Mexican? Or she Spanish?
She looked kind of high yellow. No, but look, it's funny though, because of course, I might be over criticizing it, but it's like, if you are on your way to the Black Excellence Ball, why then would you go to a segregated restaurant? Why not go to your black owned restaurant to show the brothers and the sisters who own this company, their support, give them their due in terms of supporting Black owned businesses. Like, you're literally on your way to the Black Excellence Ball, which I would assume is supposed to celebrate Black excellence by virtue of the name, but yet you stop by a white owned restaurant on your way
Ain't no ball. Ain't no ball. That doesn't even make sense. Like, why would we this story doesn't even make sense. Like, that's probably why I'm lost. So I got to dress up. We're at the diner and you asked me to go to the ball, but I don't understand. If I'm here, if I've already said yes, I'm gonna dress up, then just take me. Like, why we got to go through all this? I don't know. This just seems weird.
What a mess.
I'm just saying, you can't get across together that fast. you can't round up the boys and get the cross together in 2 minutes, dog. Come on, man. They ain't even got no water in front of them, no food. They just sat down. Come on, man. Ridiculous.
Lord have mercy.
We are kings and queens. We've been here forever. They tried to take our freedom, to conquer and divide us. We are kings and queens. We're more powerful together. They tried to bury us, but they did not know we were the seed.
No, they didn't still. No, they didn't steal a sample from Coming to America.
Hold on.
And they wanted to take them seriously.
This does not make any sense.
Hold on,
So you just left the diner.
But the Klan had the diner surrounded and they made it to the ball?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't a ball. This don't make no sense. This is pure fantasy.
Hey, man. I'm the white flag, dog. I retreat. I surrender. I can't take no more. Dog.
How did you escape the Klan, man?
That might be the funniest thing I've seen all year, bro. Oh my God, dog! You coming to this? Listen, was that coming to me like you? You know that's a comedy, right? you gonna try to come up with a rendition of the Coming to America scene when the bride is walking up, and you're trying to have this dramatic tone, this empowering tone, but you're doing a rendition. You're borrowing a well-known song from a
comedy
film, Coming to America, and you want me to take you seriously.
But Chuck and Chad and Keisha, the Klan had the diner surrounded. How did they escape
get
to
out?
the ball? What do we do? How did they get to the ball? I can understand that Tyrese had like burn marks in his head. You know what I'm saying? Like he escaped with his life, but come on, man.
Oh my God!
I wonder if it gets...
maybe the smoke from the diner, like maybe the smoke from the cross filled up the diner, and this is all like the dream. You know, this was like. This was all the dream of them like passed out and at the diner after they've been like beaten by the Klan. I don't know, because this doesn't make no sense to me.
Y'all talking about Tubi. At least I can follow the plot on the Tubi movie. I can't follow this. Like this is horrible.
They got the red carpet, socks with no shoes.
Black excellence is here. This is who we are. Flashing lights, velvet ropes, glasses raised for a toast. It's the life that we know. This is black.
Okay, so black excellence is exemplified in a club.
A strip club. The ball is at the strip club. I wish somebody would take me to a ball at a doggone strip. I told you it wasn't no ball. Couldn't have been. Ain't no way. There's no way. The ball is at the strip club.
Anytime you see
my good cussing would have just, you know, the ball at the strip club. You've got to be kidding me. You've got. That is dating in 2023, okay?
Anytime you see Trina on the red carpet, you see Trina on the red carpet, then you go past the event. I'm sorry. Trina walking in, you can forget that.
Notice though, guys. Let me inject a little seriousness for a second, not to just rain on parade, because we're having a good time tonight. But notice how they take something like the Tulsa incident, right? And you have Trina, Rick Ross, look like the Music Soul Child, Tyrese. You have these figures, these black celebrities who we know have not done any serious research into the subject matter at all.
Right.
You have black people, young and old, who look upon these celebrities for instruction, guidance, information, all that other good stuff, right? And so, again, this just perpetuates the narrative and the lies surrounding Tulsa, and this is indicative of everything, pretty much, when it comes to the history of black people in this country, whether they want to take it all the way back to Africa, whatever the case may be. But too many people are getting their information from the likes of these kinds of individuals.
Right.
I think Blanche was saying something about that when he was going hard on Lizzo yesterday, about how these people they sort of personify. They become personifications of everything that you are to aspire to. You are to listen to them. You are to take instruction and to take guidance from them. You know, all the while, I mean, these are not good people. You know, and here they are, telling us, you know, constructing, again, programming another generation of gullible black folk who are just looking for a reason to be angry, right? I mean, that 3,000 black people were murdered, were genocided in some racially motivated attack that was carried out by white racists who were envious of black success. And then I always think about that speech, that rant of that woman that went viral with the braids, overweight woman yelling and screaming, talking about how we did it your way, we tried that, we built it, and you dropped bombs.
Quoting Trevor Noah.
Quoting Trevor Noah.
Right.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
What a mess.
Burn it to the ground.
Chuck's cut from a different cloth. Black skin of a god and ain't.
No, this dude don't have a mask on.
Why are you wearing a mask?
He has a whole COVID mask on.
Hold on, time out. You mean to tell me black excellence can't beat COVID? What are we doing?
Washing off. This is for Martin who used to march forth. Cross country, now we country clubbing on the cars. Smoke a gurker, black dragon, black sand beach. I move amongst the streets and the elites. We crush the black codes, black mobsters. This is for black films and black Oscars. Beautiful black women at black operas. It's so proper.
You boys are on the wrong side of town. Where you boys headed?
If they're on the wrong side of the town, why do you even have a black section in the restaurant to begin with?
Thank you. Like,
it's not adding up. Like, you expect me to believe this revisionist history? At least, like, give me something that's believable.
The math ain't mathing.
The math is not mathing at all.
Just stopped to get a quick bite, sir. Just leaving.
Did you boys not read the sign? It said whites only. None of you niggas look white to me.
Hold on, Dad. Pretty nice looking car.
Hold on, man.
By all means.
Dan. Stop, man. Stop, man.
What did you say?
I'm done. I'm done. Y'all got it.
I'm on retreat, dog. I surrender.
Y'all won. Black excellence wins. Y'all won. Black, y'all got it. Black excellence. I won. Y'all got it. Okay, I'm done.
So hold on. Let me get this straight, dog. Hold on now. So you got the burning cross, right? I don't see nobody in no Klan outfits. You just got the burning cross out there, right? So of course, you know that's meant to conjure up images and ideas of the Ku Klux Klan. But instead of the Ku Klux Klan, what you see is a looks like a sheriff or something, a police officer or law enforcement officer of some sort. So he's there as opposed to someone in a Klan outfit. And then his son comes up, right? And he has a Nazi swastika on his hand. And he taps to show you, make sure you see the swastika on his hand. And he come around and he's tapping his.
Mind you, that 1921 is prior to the World War II, but I digress. Go ahead.
No, but this. So again, I'm not even seeing the connection between, because they started out talking about Tulsa, and then fast forward, this was 1961.
Oh, 1961. Got you. Okay.
And then you have, again, you got the Klan, Nazis, law enforcement, and mind you, this is meant to convey this notion that they're pretty much all the same. Right. You know, law enforcement, racists, Nazis, Ku Klux Klan. You're meant to, in your mind, sort of amalgamate and create this weird, you know, just, oh man, seriously. In the Ku Klux Klan and Nazis, right? They're the same. Same organization. If you listen to Nazis, if you listen to them speak, they'll tell you they're not the same. Oh man, anyway, go ahead, Keisha. I'm sorry. That did it for me.
It's like the lie is the point, you know, that they're all the same, you know, that's the point. That we want, that the goal is to put everything, we're gonna just mix it all together. If you're white, you're the oppressor. You know, you're bad, you're the oppressor. All we're doing is trying to go to a ball. We can't even go to a ball, and they are here to harass Black people. You know, we ain't bothering nobody. We're just minding our business, and here comes the white folk.
Yeah,
you know,
police brutality.
The lie is the point.
Hold on, Dad. That's a mighty nice car that boy got.
Right, to see Nazis all throughout the South. All right. In 1960.
But like Chad said, but the rest really says color section.
Right.
The rest
it's
literally says color section. How we in the wrong part? It's crazy.
It just goes to show, like I say, the ignorance of these people. I want to reiterate this. It's just, I'm not trying to say that one is necessarily above the other, but they would suggest such, and that's, you know, those who are members of the KKK and those who consider themselves to be Nazis or Aryans or whatever the case. They're different, you know, for the most part when it comes to white supremacist groups. You know, many of them began, or if not, at least they flourished. They may have not started off there, but they flourished in prison. You know, a lot of these white supremacist gangs are prison-based gangs, and they, you know, do so for the sake of protecting themselves against it, because, you know, whites are the minority in prison, and so. But you know, when it comes to a lot of these groups, you know, whether you're talking, you know, again, these white supremacist groups, biker gangs, and this, that, and the other. You know, a lot of them engage, you know, in various forms of, you know, racketeering and you know, and criminal. These groups are criminal enterprises. They aren't just there for the sake of trying to. Again, man, I don't know, man. What I'm saying is virtually irrelevant, but I'm just
not really though. I mean, it is, because it's like just a little bit of research. Just a little bit of research. Could have made this more believable. Like, we're trying to help y'all out. We're trying to help y'all with y'all's propaganda. Like, y'all aren't even propagandizing
then they
right.
Be a victim, Chad. Then they would. You couldn't play the victim card as well. You couldn't do that if you actually, you know, that wouldn't work, because we have to make all white people bad. There can be no good white people. There can be, and all Black people are oppressed. You know, you got to stick to the story.
I wonder if the people like who are woke, like if they watch this and they like resonate with it, or whether they even see how comedic it is.
Oh,
like we do.
For sure. This is like porn for a woke person.
Right.
It's like pornography. They get off on this. Think about it: swastika, racist cops, racist white people, colored only sections, burning crosses. All they.
And a strip club. And Rick Ross. Come on. That's just,
come on. Yeah, they climax.
And mind you too, like, you know, men like George Schuyler back then were writing about how, I mean, maybe not in the 1960s, but maybe around there, but even in some of the preceding decades, George Schuyler was talking about how a lot of communist agitation was, and this is by his estimation, or by his, you know, I guess a theory of his, was that this was leading to the increase or the repopularization at some small point in American history of this, you know, repopularization is what I'm trying to say, of the Ku Klux Klan, because of the communist activity, first of all, playing both sides of the racial divide, but you had many blacks who were buying into what Moscow was selling. And what began to happen is, and Chad knows this, that you began to see blacks acting out and acting in a way that was offensive, to their white counterparts, because they were being deliberately disruptive in various parts of the South, or what they call the Mid-South, Oklahoma and Kansas, and various parts throughout the South. And so this is the kind of thing that you saw playing out on both sides. You had a lot of racial resentment being stoked because of the communists were trying to play the races against one another, because they knew that it was there was a fissure there that they knew that they could exploit, because everyone was sort of already walking on thin ice, so to speak, around one another. And they took that opportunity to create friction and tension. And then that's when it began to boil over. And then whites began to say, you see, this is why we don't affiliate with the niggers. This is why we don't do this, and why we don't do that. And then blacks are saying, well, yeah, see, they hate us, and they this and they that. And it was like, no, that wasn't necessarily the case. What was really going on, of course, was, that communists at the time were trying to stoke racial tension throughout the South.
Right. I agree 100%.
And blacks weren't always innocent.
Right.
Like I said, they were the ones that were provoking these situations, these instances. They were the ones provoking them.
They go out of their way to create race issues, says Manning Johnson. Should we finish that video or move on to the next segment?
Man, because I don't know if we're gonna get back. We're gonna keep laughing because we might not get through.
Man, does the video end with black excellence?
I actually haven't seen the whole thing, to be honest with you. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
All right.
I'm curious
we can make it through. If we can make a vow to not stop and break out laughing, we can try. But if I see one more.
If I see a little midget come out with a Klan outfit on, we gonna quit. So we gonna be done.
Oh my goodness.
All right, where'd it go? Black excellence. Tyrese Gibson. He's just as up and down as Kanye West is, but I digress.
Man, he.
Hold on, let me fast forward to where we were.
What is it called? Is it? Oh, sorry.
No, it's called. You're talking about this video?
Yeah.
It's on YouTube. It's called Black Excellence.
Okay.
It's a music video by Tyrese Gibson.
Normally I just take it. Did you boys not read the sign?
Man, slap Tyrese, please.
You boys are on the wrong side of town. Where you boys headed tonight?
Just stopped to get a quick bite, sir. Just leaving.
Did you boys not read the sign? It said whites only. None of you niggas look white to me.
Hold on, Dad. Pretty nice looking car.
By all means. Normally I just take it. I suggest you get the fuck out of here before something really bad happens.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Everybody get in their car. Everybody get in the car now.
You see the stars, children of the sun. Black excellence is here.
That was nice of the cop to let him off with a warning.
Man, this is
who we are.
What'd you say?
He just got chumped off and it cussed to black excellence. What you got ain't black excellence. You got punked. That ain't black excellence.
Exactly.
What do you say, Chuck?
I say you go to your little clubs where ain't no white folks around, and then you get all big and bold and proud again.
You got your crown on.
By a white racist.
Now
Yeah, you
tough.
ran off with your tail between your legs, but now you tough.
You got your mask on 60 years before COVID. You got your got your crown on. But this is Black Excellence. Okay.
Flashing lights, velvet ropes, glasses raised for a toast. It's the life that we know. This is Black Excellence.
Palatial estates in the heart of Atlanta. The next Hollywood, plus we own them cameras. Mayor Reed up to speed with the urban planners. $100 grand a seat, where's your table manners? Secret Service levels at the barbecue. This pedigree's reserved with a chosen few. Generational wealth, I'm talking trust funds. Multiplication of self for all my loved ones. The Rock Nation brunch, check out my plus ones. Black billionaire, I will become one. Police motorcade for Barack and Michelle. To the charity ball and we profit as well. I'm here to make certain people uncomfortable. They can't fathom us blacks having this revenue. Staying unapologetic, intentions are clear. Before the end of the year, trying to pick up a leer. Champagne spilling on the fine china. Campaign fundraisers is where they find us. This ain't prejudice, but it is bias. To balance the scale, black finest.
See the stars, children of the sun. Black excellence is here. This is who we are. Flashing lights, velvet ropes, glasses raised for a toast. It's the life that we know. This is Black Excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that tonight all started with a dream. It was a dream that we could all come together and help elect the first black governor of the state of Oklahoma. And we decided that we were going to help. And folks like Greenway Bank came on as sponsors. Folks like Tommy and Nicole Duncan came on as sponsors. And between the two of them, they helped to raise $1 million. But you all didn't stop there. You all said that we could host an event in the city of Tulsa where every single couple paid $100,000 each to support this effort.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the first sponsors to step up. Samantha Gibson at $500,000. Please give her a round. And then our other co-chairs, Nicole and Tommy Duncan, stepped up with $500,000.
And so tonight, because we accomplished our dreams in the city of Tulsa, I am absolutely thrilled to announce that we have raised $5 million to support the candidacy of the first black man as governor of this state.
My question is though, now what? You spent all this money trying to get a black man as governor. Will life be easier for black folks in Oklahoma now, as opposed to prior to this governor being elected? I guess this is a recent thing. I guess this is a recent run for governor or something like that, because he says Tyrese Gibson's actual wife, right? He says something Gibson, Michelle Gibson or something like that. So I guess this is a recent thing that they're
I think all
to.
this is fiction. I don't.
Okay.
Well, right. the guy is a former mayor of Atlanta, Kasim Reed. The guy talking.
Right.
He's a yeah. I just so that the guy ain't even won yet.
Right.
It's like for his campaign, right?
Yeah. It seems like they're raising money for some kind of gubernatorial campaign they're in Oklahoma, and they're all overly jubilant about the fact that this black man is running for governor. And my whole thing is like this kind of, you know, black people supporting a black candidate. It's always confused me because it's like, okay, like what exactly do you hope to get out of a black person being, you know, elected for a specific seat? Like what do you hope to get out of it? Same thing with Obama when he ran. And, you know, I'm looking forward to part 2 of you know, of Chuck's expose on Biden, or I'm sorry, on Obama. But my whole thing is like, you know, there were a lot of black people who supported Obama for no other reason than he was a quote unquote black candidate. And like what did black folks genuinely hope to get out of that? You know what I mean?
You know, I put up a short little video up on Twitter because people were still talking about the Kamala Harris thing. And I was just like, I remember there was this black guy who he was accused of murder, and he had DNA evidence that her office would not hear. And he did this little sort of video thing with Vox, saying how he thought when he saw her walk into the courtroom, he thought, and just even her being elected as the attorney general, like, oh, she's going to be sensitive because she's brown. She's going to be sensitive to, you know, black people. And he was like, she was like the worst. And he was talking about how he was trying to, you know, appeal to her, get his appeal and all these things, and she just wouldn't even hear it, even with DNA evidence. And he ends up getting off, and he got like $13 million or something like that for being wrongly convicted and in prison for almost 7 years. But yeah, like that's the thing that you see, like, because it's a black person, there's this idea that person is going to have some type of sympathy for you. They're going to do something for you specifically because you might share in melanin levels or something like that. And so, yeah, I mean, there is no requirement.
This is were you about to say something, Chad? No, this is just, you know, Keisha just said it. I was gonna jump in there and say the exact same thing that Keisha just said. I'll just elaborate just a tad bit further. It's just, you know, just this basic Marxian concept of a class consciousness. You saw this, you know, in the 1960s with the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and all of a sudden, you know, you began to see the explosion in black mayors, you know, all across America, from Chicago and Detroit. And, you know, we saw Marion Barry in DC, and just the list goes on and on and on. Like Keisha just said, the assumption was that, you know, blacks, seeing as how, you know, I mean, with them being black themselves, of course, they could better relate to their constituents. And they know what black folks need. They know what they should do in that position, considering the fact that, you know, again, they too are black. And so it feeds into this, you know, this Marxian idea that, you know, all people who are considered to be part of the same class or caste have the same collective perspective that has been created and crafted out and brought forth because of this collective experience that they have as being members of said class. And so that is the best way to get social justice, for example, is to have someone black do it, because someone who is outside the so-called black community can't relate,
right?
Because they aren't black. And then we saw what happened. We saw the precipitous decline of the living standards in areas that are densely populated with minorities, you know. And, you know, we saw the rise as the black politician, even though, you know, you have black politicians as far back as the, you know, late 19th century, shortly after the Civil War. But you fast forward to the 1960s, and when you began to see the explosion in the black politician and mayors and Congress and so on and so forth, is when you begin to see the decline of the American city. Black politicians, they rise, their constituents and their lives go down. So it didn't work out too well. But here you have Tyrese.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your point.
No. Here you have Tyrese and the celebrity ilk today still acting as though this is going to solve anything. A good book to kind of dispel this whole notion is a book. I don't know how you feel about Jason Riley, Chad, but he has a book called The Myth of Black Power, and he talks about it extensively. He just dispels this whole myth that politics is the way forward for blacks in the United States. It just hasn't been that way, and it'll never be that way, especially when you have the majority of black folks who vibe and believe in these socialist ideas.
Yeah.
You can't make it work. It doesn't matter what color you are. Socialism doesn't work. Doesn't matter if you're white or black, brown, doesn't matter.
Check out Justin Riley.
in his book. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to say, check out Justin Riley's new documentary. I think it came out last year or the year before, over Thomas Sowell. Although I think we would have been able to do a better Thomas Sowell documentary, but I digress. Go ahead, Keisha.
In his book, just leave. Is it just leave us alone or stop helping us? I think it's called Stop Helping Us. He has a quote.
Leave us
from,
alone. Leave me alone.
From,
stop
Dr.
it.
Carol
Just
Swain.
stop dogging me around. Michael Jackson.
Exactly. He has a quote from Carol Swain saying that a United States congressman told her, a black United States congressman said that you can basically get away with the R word babies. So the R word babies if you're black and a politician, because there is no accountability. You can do you can literally do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Because there's no accountability. So I mean, just again,
No, I would agree with that.
Show you that when you're black and in office, nobody's holding you accountable. You can, for what? To do what?
Even that guy that got caught getting drilled by the white porn star, the Gillum guy in Florida, they made that a sympathetic story. Like they made him a victim in that story. Like it was
Andrew
just crazy.
Gillum.
Like, yeah.
Yep. Andrew Gillum.
Yeah, he was, and there was several male prostitutes that he was laid up with in that hotel room.
Oh, man.
I saw one picture.
They ran a train on him.
Oh,
from what I understand, there were several of them in there.
Yeah. So there was a picture of him when he was running for office. I was like, ain't no way he's straight. I was like, there's.
But one of the things I wanted to mention, Keisha, about something that you said, and Chuck, this is something that I've observed with regard to political corruption. I was talking to a friend of mine whose family is from Nigeria, and he was telling me, I was asking him, what, in lieu or in reference to our last Sunday conversation, whenever Blanche gave us his brilliant kind of rundown of his visit to Africa, I was asking my friend, what are some great places to visit in Africa? And he said, well, really, Africa is not a continent that you go to for vacation. It's more so you go there because you know somebody there. Like, I wouldn't recommend vacationing in Africa.
Yeah.
This is like Madagascar or something like that, is what he said. But I asked him, why is that? He goes, well, Africa is not it's not really up to par in terms of infrastructure, industrialization, so on and so forth. It's not, you don't get your, the same kind of amenities that you get in a Western country or the Western world. He said anytime he goes and visit his aunts and uncles, it's very common that they lose power. Everybody has a backup generator there in Nigeria, so on and so forth. And I asked him, I said, why is that? Why, with all of the smart people who are there, with all of the natural resources, why haven't they figured out how to have a more kind of state-of-the-art infrastructure? And he said, corruption is the reason. I said, well, that doesn't quite make sense, because you have corruption here in the United States. And of course, my mind gets to working. I was like, how is, we have corruption here in the United States, probably even more so than they do in Africa. Help me understand this. And I think, for me, it occurred to me that it's not so much the corruption in itself. It's also I think people, when they think of American kind of culture and American politics in particular, and Chuck, correct me if I'm wrong, there's and I make this point all the time, that there's a kind of disconnect between the common people and the politicians. And I think people often judge America by the politicians more so than they do the actual people. And what you find is there's an expectation of decorum amongst the people that doesn't exist in the politics. So in the same, like, you will have in a predominantly black town corrupt local politicians in the same way that you have corrupt politicians in a more, predominantly white affluent town. The difference between the two towns, although you have corruption in their local governments, is that with the predominantly white town, there's at least an expectation of decorum. And so the politicians, although they're corrupt, they have to, in a sense, walk on eggshells so as to not make it obvious that they're corrupt to their white constituents. Whereas in a predominantly black town, they're a little bit more nonchalant with their corruption. And so it looks different, and thus the city suffers more so than a more affluent town, if that makes sense. And so, does that make sense to you all, or what all do you think of that?
I think it's a different kind of corruption too. Like from what I see, white or mostly white politicians who are corrupt, they're typically, it's more like financial schemes, and it's like, it'll like border on the line, like it's probably it's more like unethical than actual like corruption. I mean, some of them just flat out corrupt, but it's a different type to me from what I've seen. Like it seems to be a different type of corruption. Like when I think of like black politicians, not really including Obama because he was president, but like, these mayors and stuff, I mean, they're like freaking smoking crack. It's like, it's a different, it's like sex stuff and, all kind of, it's just, I don't know. It just seems kind of different. And Chad, I just I put some images of Gillum in the guest chat. So check the, you can put that.
Okay.
But that's what I've seen.
Go ahead, Chuck.
If you take the American inner city, and if you could magically expand it and increase its size, you'd have an African country. When I hear folks say things like, well, it's corruption, well, it just goes to show you the strength of the private sector. And it goes back to what you said, Chad, about there being an expectation of decency and decorum amongst the people, because one thing is true for certain when it comes to the flourishing of a country or a society or a culture, or should I say the issue is cultural, in that within or I guess what I'm trying to say is that countries where there is a low level, and I think I've said this before, where there is a low level of trustworthiness, you see very little to no economic flourishing. Because the people don't trust one another. I know it sounds a bit silly or whatever and kind of simple, but it's not. I don't know why, for some reason, Tom Sowell keeps getting brought up in my mind again. I think it was either in his book, Poverty, Politics, and what was it called? Anyway, nevertheless, he's written so many books and I read so many of them, I get them mixed up from time to time. But Thomas Sowell has a brilliant breakdown when he explains the variable of trustworthiness and how that affects a society's ability to economically grow. And this is what you see in Africa. A lot of African countries, the people within those countries don't trust one another. And one of the things that they do in order to measure trustworthiness within a society, for example, is if you were to leave your purse or your debit card at a restaurant, if you come back the next day or even within a few minutes or so, you realize that you left your pocketbook sitting on the table in the restaurant. If someone comes across their pocketbook, are they going to turn it in? Are they going to hand it over to an employee and say, hey, someone left this behind? When in countries like in America, someone is more likely to turn in a lost wallet than, say, in a country like Nigeria. That's just that's just the truth, or it had been in the past. And again, another aspect of it, when the guy talks about corruption, is when you go to the 1950s and the 1960s, when you had the anti-colonial push throughout the third world, you saw this marriage between the third world and communism. And so you had a lot of African leaders who had this idea that they were going to fast track their native countries toward development by seizing control of the private sector and putting it in the hands of the so-called experts. A huge part of Africa's problem is they have this massive, and we have a large bureaucracy here as well, but there is still more leeway in terms of the private sector in the United States than there is throughout the entirety of Africa. And the African countries that do allow for more free market enterprise are the ones that have a tendency to flourish. Government corruption, you have these government funded projects that are just sitting there that are meant to produce, whether it be steel or this thing or that thing, and they're virtually ineffective. You have these huge, again, government projects that have never even gotten off the ground and have been sitting there useless for decades. Chad put together a reel of this gentleman a while back. I came across his scholarship years ago, and I was just taken aback. Anyone who's interested in Africa and its inability to develop, look into the scholarship of George Ayiti. Chad is shaking his head because he knew I was going to bring him up. George Ayiti. I think he just died maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, but George Ayiti, the man is a wealth. He's like the African Thomas Sowell. I think he's Nigerian too, as a matter of fact, but he's like the African Thomas Sowell. George Ayiti, the man is brilliant. He'll tell you exactly what Africa's problem is. It's corruption is true, but part of it, I guess what I'm saying is the component to that, because Chad said, well, there's corruption in America, but the difference with Africa is that there is very little to no free market enterprise. They don't allow for it.
Yep.
They don't allow for it, because they think that they can plan their way into success. And so that's the difference between, when you're talking Marxism versus, say, a more libertarian, a more liberal, a more free market system. You can have a market system, or you have planning, right? And in a free market system, it is the consumer that sets the prices. In a planned economy, it is the bureaucracy that sets the prices. And therein lies the problem. And the people in Africa are yearning. They want more freedom. They want more free market, but the government won't allow them to do so. Yep.
You got to have some white folks around.
The church must go deeper than partisan politics.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chuck. Or Blanche.
No, I'm saying you got to have some white folks around. Like over here, you got to have some white people to have some standards and some demands. Like if it's just all black, all African, then the bar is it's gonna be set low. They're not gonna spend another government. So you need some white folks around to say, nah, we're not. For example, like this pothole in my street, that pothole was there for a couple of weeks, and guess what? Somebody must have said something. It was fixed. Like it ain't like you go to Africa, that stuff don't get fixed. You go to Haiti, it's potholes that don't get fixed because who's really gonna complain to the government? And so to me, you can say what you want to say, but a lot white people culturally want their stuff to be running right. So they want their streets to be functioning. They want the lights to be on the street. Like they want stuff to be working. And if they don't get that stuff working, they're gonna raise hell. And so I think over here, the basic stuff, like the aesthetics of it, gets done from appearance wise. I know it's corruption, but you see the basic stuff going on. Like if the power goes out, they're gonna contact you and say, we're gonna cut it back on. The power might go out in Africa, you just sitting there waiting. Ain't nobody finna call you, you're not finna get notification or nothing. So I just think that the culture too with the people plays a big part in it. I just know when I was over there, them folks they taking it. Listen, whatever the government does, they accept it. There ain't no bucket. There's no kind of.
And Blanche, you did a live stream, talking about Julius Malema as well a few days ago. And what you see epitomized in South Africa with this clip that's going viral, that has everybody shocked and dismayed. You know, and mind you, this is the legacy of Nelson Mandela, but I digress.
And guess what? I found he was a communist too, Chuck. I was shocked to find out that he was a communist. Like he literally is a communist. I'm like, and opening it. I'm like,
all the people that they taught you about in public school, just
crazy.
Yeah, just start from the premise that they're communists, and then work from there.
And then work backwards. You right. Start there. You'll get to the truth. But sorry to cut you off, Keisha. But I just want to jump in real quick. It's just because Blanche mentioned it, and because he talked about with whites comes a certain expectation. Again, I've been on this train, and everybody's been like, Chuck, man, we want you to do a video on colonialism and all stuff, because I've been mentioning it a lot. But this was the case even during that period. Colonialism, white settler expansion brought forth a new way, a new, it brought forth expectation, this kind of high. And so what you began to see in the 20th century, early to the midpoint of the 20th century, is you began to see Africans, indigenous native Africans, because of the Western, again, a lot of these men like Kwame Nkrumah and the rest of them, these were Western intellect. They were trained in the West. Many of these men, these communist leaders in Africa and Asia, whether they were trained in Moscow, whether someone in Pol Pot who was trained in France, these men, they take these ideas and they take them back to their native countries, and they're able to stoke resentment and hatred towards whites amongst their native countrymen. The same thing that happens in the United States happened in Africa, and so they just threw off. So that's African excellence. That's black excellence in Africa, because they threw off all of these, expectations of trying to live like and trying to be like the Boer, trying to be like the white man. And so this is why their countries suffer, because they too resent the colonizer.
Yeah,
it's funny. Like the from what I've seen, the white folks that do seem to be welcome to help are the communist ones. Like they're never the ones that will actually, do something good over there. It's always like the ones who just want to keep giving them something, but they really have, to me, I think they really have like nefarious intentions, like the Bill Gates and those like that. Like they have these, Bill, he's not stupid. He knows that that's not the way to build any, wealth or anything.
Well,
like
when you
that.
When you look at his family line, he comes from a lineage of people who were interested in basically this kind of incremental gathering of power through nefarious means, and so that's the bloodline from which he comes. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Keisha.
His father was a eugenicist or eugenist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I forget. But he wanted to get rid of people.
Undesirables. Yeah. Undesirables,
yes,
in the building of a utopia. And this is what, and Chuck makes this point. This is one of the first steps that are done in the building of a communist utopia. You start first by executing the dissenters. You get rid of them. The undesirables, you get rid of them. And the reason why you get rid of them is because you understand that because this thing called human nature exists, and this kind of resiliency that many of us have to not stand for oppression, you want to get rid of those who stand the chance of defying your regime. You get rid of them, and you want to only leave under your control those who are going to comply without putting up any kind of a fight. But in reference to something that Chuck said, I wanted to play this clip back of J.H. Jackson, who...
Oh, can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
To piggyback on what Keisha said about the white people that want to help, usually being the Marxists or the communists, or, the liberal types. If you think about it, the conservative, quote unquote, white person doesn't view black people by and large as victims. Mm-hmm. So why would they come in trying to offer some kind of charity when they see them as able-bodied. So you already know just from a mind frame standpoint, the liberal or the communist even coming in and even saying you need my help and I got you is already a bad way to even view a person. So I think the mindset of the white conservative is not even going to put themselves in that kind of position to even be out, doing all that kind of stuff for the quote unquote the needy.
I agree, because I mean the whole aspect. I mean the thing is, meritocracy is something that is, and I'm looking forward to Chuck, kind of expounding on this on his own kind of independent content. But meritocracy, from my point of view, is something that is kind of born and bred into kind of the American way of thinking. And now it's a fleeting way of thinking. It's being replaced by a status mindset. But I think a lot of, like, part and parcel of being an American is looking upon the horizon of opportunity and making the choice of which direction I want to go in order to gratify my interests on the one hand and provide for myself on the other hand. And so meritocracy, this idea of you do you, I'll do me kind of mindset, is part and parcel of being an American. But our school system, and Keisha can speak to this, has a deliberate agenda to kind of weed that out of the American consciousness and to instead instill in the minds of American youth a collective way of thinking. This is where you get your SEL from, your social emotional learning, to think first and foremost about your disadvantaged neighbor and to vote in such a way that helps lift them up. You utilize your vote not for your own interests, but rather for the interests of the marginalized and the disenfranchised among you. And so this is one of the goals of our mass compulsory education system, is to get people thinking in terms of a collective as opposed to thinking in terms of how can I benefit myself. And so to Ayn Rand's point, and I will give this to her, I think that she was onto something when she said that selfishness is a virtue. Meaning that to the extent, and this is actually biblical, not in a radical sense that Ayn Rand meant it, but in the Bible we see, for example, in the epistles, the apostles were giving the church instruction on who to take care of first and foremost. And they said, take care of the orphans and the widows within your own church before you start going out into the world trying to take care of other people's orphans and widows. And so it's this idea of taking care of your own. A man who doesn't take care of his family is worse than an unbeliever. And so it's, again, taking care of your own affairs before somebody else, burdening somebody else to take care of your affairs. A man who doesn't work does not eat. Taking care of your own affairs. Ayn Rand tried to speak to the same thing in a secular sense by calling it the virtue of selfishness. And so whether you're looking at it in her point of view or rather in the biblical point of view, it's the same thing. Taking care of your own affairs, that it might not be the burden of someone else to take care of you. This is again one of the tenets of meritocracy. Statism, on the other hand, says that from each according to their ability to each according to their need, right? So I don't want to get off into that. We'll save that for another time. Please go visit Chuck's content. He speaks to it more astutely than I can here. But I did want to play this clip from Dr. J.H. Jackson. He makes a very solid point that goes to a point that I've heard Chuck make on several occasions with regard to the factor of trust within a meritocratic system, within a constitutional republic system. But he takes it a step further in saying that we need Jesus in the midst of all of it, with this value of trust. Take a look.
The church must go deeper than partisan politics and deal with the peril and the problem that confronts us. It is a moral problem. The federal Constitution welds us together as a fellowship of trust and honesty. Our hope is then to get released in America the moral principles and techniques of Jesus Christ. He has
dancing.
So, you know, I've heard Chuck make on several occasions this point that the way in which you can gauge to what degree a nation is civilized is by looking at the means by which people trust one another. If you leave your wallet, for example, on a table at a restaurant and you walk out, will the finder of that wallet turn it in to the staff, or will they take the contents of it and throw it away, never to be seen again? This is, again, this I think marks the degree by which a particular nation or region is civilized. And Joseph H. Jackson makes the same point, but he says you need Christ. You know, you need people to adhere to the word of God in order for such a civilized system to exist. So he says he recognizes and acknowledges the Constitution is predicated on trust, but you can't have trust without Christ. What say you all?
I totally agree. So, and I just want to say, you know, even like having merit that's a biblical principle. Mm-hmm. You know, working towards something, earning, you know, the idea that you're going to earn something, and that America took on that principle because, you know, our Constitution and our representative republic is based on a Judeo-Christian foundation, and so and that goes right into what's the minister's name? I didn't catch his name.
Dr. Joseph H. Jackson.
Joseph H. Jackson.
He was the one that Martin Luther King targeted and tried to. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I couldn't. That's the book, right? He wrote that. He has that. Didn't he have that book?
He has several books, but yeah, the book written about him is called Images of a Preacher. But go ahead.
Okay. But the idea that you can have you have to have a moral society in order to have a functional republic. Like you have to, like, look, the further we go, the further America goes away from morals, the worse. I mean, it can't stand. Even if you have the laws in place, if you know, when people start to go away from just basic morality, I mean, there is nothing. It has to have a framework of morals. Like, otherwise, what are we doing? I mean, these people, literally, the left, they will look you in your face and say, "Yep, we're going to trans your kids. We're going to cut off the genitals of your healthy children." And yeah, say, "Who going to check me? I dare you to say something." They have no qualms about it. Screw your law, screw your Constitution, screw your rights. Doesn't matter. So yeah, you cannot, this thing doesn't work unless you have a moral society.
Right.
And moral, like you said, Keisha, it entails limitation, you know, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of folks who have this left-wing worldview, they think that freedom means being uninhibited. It's the complete opposite. You know, freedom is about restriction. You know, you don't have, you know, discipline, then, you know, you don't have freedom. But freedom is about constraint. It's not about indulgence. You know, the left doesn't understand that.
Right. Well, what did you make of Dr. Jackson's comments, Chuck?
Man, far be it for me to try to add on to the great Pastor Jack. Nothing else to add, man. You know, I've never heard that particular sermon before, and you know, I'm floored. I mean, he's right. You know, I'm just kind of like, yeah, you know, just to kind of hear him say it in a more you know, Christ-centric way. You know, I meant it more so just in, you know, studying, you know, economics, you know, whatever, but to hear him really make it, you know, I mean, because if it doesn't conform to the Bible, then, you know, you got to dismiss it, right? So the fact that he just really added a punctuation mark to it, you know, there's really nothing else for me to add there. He's 100% correct. 100% correct. That's the only way. And that's one thing that a lot of folks don't realize, who want to sit back and blame the proverbial white man for everything. You know, they don't realize that, well, you know, many of these symptoms that we see, you know, were prevalent in these areas long before, you know, the West rose again, you know, after the fall of Rome. And, you know, you see it, you know, even now, you know, these folks with these long-standing tribal traditions that suggests that, you know, this group is superior to that group, and on and on and on. And, you know, you have a lot of internal tribal warfare going on throughout the third world, that instead of, you know, in prior centuries, these things would carry themselves out in warfare and various, you know, annexations and redeterminations of tribal boundaries and slavery and massacres. Well, you see them playing out their tribal warfare in their politics today. And a lot of times that, you know, when a certain group in Africa gains the reins of the levers of power, they only promote within the ranks of their own tribe. And this is part of the reason why you don't have flourish, because you know, of course, naturally people are going to be partial, and I've said this in the past as well, and I'll say it again, toward those who they perceive as being part of their group, their family, their lineage, their bloodline, their tribe, and, you know, what have you, you know. But that is a low ranking. It ranks low on the tree or on the hierarchy of virtue. You know, it takes a more higher, I guess, evolved, so to speak, pardon the language, I'm not trying to sound like a statist or anything like that, but it takes a more highly, at least highly philosophically or a more morally advanced individual to see beyond that, so that you can see the value and the worth in someone else, and, you know, and to see, you know, i.e. their merit, and to trust that they are better suited for the task at hand as opposed to someone that you are familiar with.
Right.
Whether they be white, whatever, you know. A lot of third world peoples have not gotten past that base, that, you know, that pre-civilizational mindset. So many of them have not gotten past that, and unfortunately, blacks in the United States have been pulled back into that type of thinking.
So for those of you who don't know, Joseph H. Jackson was the president of the National Baptist Convention, which was the largest black religious organization, bigger than the Nation of Islam, for decades here in the United States. It was a Christian organization. And when it comes to their efforts, you know, during Jim Crow to repeal a lot of these Jim Crow laws, they were very active in these. Only their means and methods by which to repeal these laws was not through the agitative methods that Martin Luther King was doing, the ones that we're, you know, so familiar with. They were more interested in maintaining the integrity and the dignity of black folks by encouraging black folks to pursue opportunity, to start their own businesses, to be successful in those means, because he was in keeping with Booker T. Washington, who believed that regardless of what white folks or any other ethnic group is doing, so long as you maintain your craft and focus on your craft, naturally people will begin to learn to respect you, and these Jim Crow laws will go by the wayside. And this was actually happening. But of course, no credit, no credence is given to that by our scholars, because our scholars have a vested interest in pushing Martin Luther King, because they have a vested interest in pushing Marxism. And so that's who Joseph H. Jackson is. And, you know, I've been privileged to delve into a lot of archival footage. The man was just a mastermind. And it's just a shame that we know who Martin Luther King was, who was a Marxian statist, and nobody has any idea, any clue whatsoever who Joseph H. Jackson is. Your thoughts on that, Blanche?
Well, if Joseph H. Jackson is Christ-centered, then why would he be the person they focused on? I mean, he's the opposite of what King stood for. I remember you said that you went through all those hours of King's audio, and you said that he never mentioned someone coming to salvation, giving their life to Christ. And I thought that was very telling, especially for the masses and millions of black people that think he was an actual reverend and a person that actually believed in God, and he wasn't. And I'd venture to say, as Chuck said, that communism is synonymous with atheism, being an atheist. And so he was quite possibly just an atheist, and whether he believed in Satan or not, I don't know. But I just think that Joseph H. Jackson, I'm gonna look into him. Just based on the clip right there, I can tell he was no nonsense. And I realized something. I've been thinking about this for the last couple of weeks. That to me, the final nail in the coffin for society is a man being a woman. Once they agree that a man is a woman, then that makes everything subjective. Now, right or wrong doesn't exist. Like nothing, once you say that a man is a woman, that completely disrupts everything. And so the morality of society is going after that, because now what's right is literally wrong and what's wrong is literally right. And so when Chuck was talking about the morality of the nation, it makes a lot of sense, because even now in America, if I leave my wallet somewhere and I walk out, most folks are going to say you left your wallet. Like there's still a level of honor and decency in America. It's not like people still look out for people. Like if you're on the side of the road, people always pull over and stuff. Like there's still that going on. So you can tell that America's functioning still because the common man and woman are still decent. They have basic human interactions that are ethical and moral. And so they're not just, the media is trying to push this like it's not, like it's just this, you walk outside and the police gonna get you or the Klan, but it's not the case. The truth of the matter is, most people in America, the culture of America, day to day, between person to person, is very decent. In fact, I would say it's the most decent in the world, because I've been places, when I'm out walking around places, people speak, strangers speak, they say good morning. Like we still have a level of decency among each other. So to me, this is why America is what it is. Like I said, when I was in Africa, you wake up in the morning, walking out, ain't nobody telling you good. Like you ain't getting no good morning, no smiles. You better get the people to wake up to fix your food. Like they people behind the counter sleep. I'm like, get up, I'm hungry. You gotta. So again, there's a different level of what we have here than anywhere else. And so I agree 100% that how the people are here, the morality of the nation, is reflected in America.
Yeah, Africa is something else. They come and go as they please, scheduling be damn. When they want to walk off the job, when they shut down shop, with it. I'm telling you, Blanche ain't lying. Blanche, I've never been to Africa, full disclosure, but I've spoken to people like Blanche and others who say that, man, I mean, it's heck trying to just get basic accommodations, because, quite frankly, folks over there, they just don't care. They don't care, but, just something Chad said, he spoke about Joseph H. Jackson and how King and his contingent tried to tear him down. Even though Booker T. Washington, we mentioned Booker T. a lot, Booker T. was no religious man. He wasn't a man of the cloth, should I say. I'm not saying that he wasn't a faithful man.
He was a Christian, but go ahead.
Right. Yeah, he was. I just didn't want to make the connection there and try to say he was a man of cloth, but no.
Right.
But you get what I'm saying. Yes, he was a faithful man. And they tried to do the exact same thing to him. We talk about Du Bois and another man who we don't mention often, who was sort of like he isn't as well known as Du Bois, but the man that you all should be familiar with, the man by the name of William Monroe Trotter.
Mm-hmm.
He was a man who, went after Booker T. Washington in the beginning to try and, challenge the political dominance of the Tuskegee Institute. They came out and attacked, and Chad has in the past played, and showed you all the quotes from, what was it, H.L. Mencken and these other folks who would say these things about or instruct men like Du Bois on how to attack Booker T. Washington and men like Booker T. Washington, the whole notion of the sellout, the Uncle Tom, and the, one of the things that they call Booker T. Washington, they call them an accommodationist, that he was trying to, soothe white people and make white folks feel comfortable. All these things that we hear these black activists say today, men like Trotter and Du Bois were throwing these insults around in the far back as 1904, 1905, 1906. These were the attacks against Booker T, and his ilk, and these things haven't changed. They haven't
Chuck,
changed.
you know what else did it, Chuck? Oh, I'm sorry, but you know what else did it, Chuck? Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali would use the same tactics against other boxers like Frazier and Foreman. Call them Uncle Tom, saying they were selling out, they were conforming. Like, it's crazy that he used those tactics even when it came to like boxing. Like this, and it worked because black people pretty much rejected Frazier and rejected Foreman because they were thought to be sellouts. And so,
And Blanche, as well as everybody else knows, that when Muhammad Ali was in exile from the sport of boxing, who did he lean on? Who did he depend on? Who did he speak to? Frazier. Gave him money and kept his head above water and fed and did all these things. And then once Muhammad Ali was, then all of a sudden Joe Frazier became, Uncle Tom, a sellout. And yeah, man, it was quite scandalous what Muhammad Ali did to Joe Frazier. And people readily acknowledge and admit this, but some way, somehow, Ali is still a hero, still an icon of the left. And even conservatives, speaking of a man who both people on the political left and the political right respect, is someone like Muhammad Ali, who I, quite frankly, I'm not trying to pile on the man, but his acts and his deeds and the things that he said, I mean, it was quite deplorable what he said and what he did, and he needs to be called out for it. And if anybody gonna call him out, we ain't afraid to do it here.
I have a friend that he was always talking about, this is before I moved to New York, so I had to be about 19 or so maybe. And so he was always talking about, black people this and black people that, and, we need to do better. We could do better. And he was like trying to start this clothing company and all this stuff. And so we lost touch over the years, but I found out that he had actually moved to Africa. And so I had just like looked him up one day just to see, like, just thought about him or whatever. I found a video of him in Africa, literally like saying the same thing that he was saying in America. We need to come together. We've got to do better. Like, I was like, so Africa's not that great. It was so wild. Like years later, here he is. God, like now you have
what black people need to do is we need to come together.
And it was so fascinating, like that he was over there literally saying the same exact thing, except for this time he had on a dashiki.
But that's just it with the left. They underestimate the power of human agency. They don't understand. You see, they think that they have the world so neatly and so nicely figured out that the only thing it just takes a simple informing and educating the gullible masses so that they can all be set on the right track, and then everything will take care of itself. They fail to realize the uniqueness and in some cases, and this is the thing I think that vexes a lot of us. And when we look at the Bible, for example, the Bible gives us an explanation, it gives us a rationale, and it also gives us a solution and a way out. Which is so fascinating to me, and so many people just ignore it and just skip over it in favor of this more secular worldview. It's quite shocking to me. And when I say some of the things that we all find inexplicable, sometimes we don't necessarily understand. We can't figure out why some people do the things that they do, right? I kind of liken it to how there is this market fascination when it comes to true crime and serial killers and this, that. It always sort of fascinates us to sort of understand how the mind works. What's going on in the mind of a Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy or, whatever, you name any famous, John Wayne Gacy, any or infamous serial killer. We try to figure out what exactly, and then that's an extreme example, but I'm simply saying, like, the left thinks that some way, somehow, that if they could just, not just when it comes to the institutions, but just the people themselves, but more so the institutions, because, these are the things that they can obviously, or they control or can control. They think that there's a way that they can somehow override or overcome the gift of free will in such a way that they can create this perfect society, when human beings inevitably have a choice when it comes to right what they're going to do and how they choose to live their lives. And so inevitably there's going to be, right, I mean, we're dealing with the consequences of man, right? I mean, we are living with the consequences of the fall of man. And so a lot of these things are just part and parcel of the human experience, because we are a fallen species. And this is one of the things that the left just can't accept. They can't accept the fact that individual people make individual decisions. And they're going to do wrong, they're going to do right, etc., etc. But there's no way that you can fix this problem.
Yeah.
Only God
They
can
want to
fix
be
this
God.
problem.
They want to be God.
Only God can fix this problem, but they don't understand that.
They have rejected God literally providing the solution. That's not good enough for them. I mean, these people literally walk around thinking that they can change the climate. Like, I don't like that. That is such an arrogant thing to me. Like, it's like, yo, that is wild. Like, you're not gonna do. It's not gonna happen. What you're gonna do is screw up our environment even more. Is what you're gonna do.
Yep. Some things just can't be explained. They don't have neat, easy solutions that man with his own will by earthly means can solve. Some things are just outside of our control. And the sooner we figure that out, the happier we'll be. But the reality is that all of us won't figure it out, because it goes back to the original issue, which is people are going to choose to go their own way, and many people are going to choose to go the wrong way.
I know that hard work does not always pay off. It hardly ever pays off, especially if you're a Black person, Black woman in America. The game is different. We're playing two totally different games. They are literally laps around us, and we're just catching up. And instead of putting all this energy and time into trying to acquire wealth their way, which has been exploiting other people, or trying to reach their mark of enoughness, I'm opting out of the American dream. I'm opting out. I'm not playing this game. It's not healthy. It's not beneficial. And it leaves me tired and exhausted. The American dream costs way more than I'm willing to pay. And I'm out. I'm out of it. I'm not playing this game anymore, at the risk of being called, all types of names like lazy or communist or whatever you want to call me. That's fine. I'm still going to have my peace, and I'm still going to make my decision. I'm not opting to play their game when it wasn't meant for me to play it in the first place.
If you don't work, you don't eat. And that's a motto of our school. Near lunchtime, every child will say, if you don't work, you don't eat. And I think really school should be a minute society where children learn to function in a larger world. It seems now that school becomes more or less just a bypassing thing that children have to go to until you're a certain age, instead of really making them love school and love learning, where they become lifters and not leaners in the world. Because every man who lifts feels better than the man who leans. If there's prejudice or whatever, and I say to our children, that's that person's problem. When you become part of the problem, then you're a problem too. You must all be universal so that you can function any place, not just here in your neighborhood, but as citizens like Socrates, as citizens of the what? World. Of the world.
Oh gosh, bless her heart. I feel bad for the girl in the white shirt. She's given up like that, huh? No, I do. I really do, because
she's trying to get over. Trust me. She wants you to work. She wants you to work, and then she get to reap the benefits of it. That's what she's talking about. She's talking about sitting back. We all work, contribute to the pot. She takes her money and she go have fun with it. I'm telling you.
Where's her husband?
That's what I'm getting to. This woman has been brainwashed into feminism. She has. I guarantee you that is all she knows. It is everything she's ever heard. I guarantee you she's not even thinking about a husband and a family. She has told, that is certainly not even on the table now, because being the woman that's supposed to have, go after the bag and do all that, she is totally giving up on that. And so, she's certainly not looking, I guarantee you she's not looking for a husband. And with that mindset, there is no husband that would put up with that, because she's totally she's feminized. She's brainwashed by feminism. I know Blanche, but y'all know me. I can't help it. I do feel bad for her because I've been there. I have been there before, and it is it's a bondage that is it's almost worse. It's a bondage that's on top of the blackness bondage. It's a whole other bondage within itself, because you're rejecting something that is so natural within you. Look at her. Look at how she looks. She's like totally rejecting, all of the feminine ways of, that brings beauty to a woman and brings that attracts a man and attracts, I don't know. I do feel bad for her. She's bought into the lie. She really has. And
but what a contrast!
She looks pretty
and,
young. I don't think she'll stay there forever. But unfortunately, by the time she figures out that she's been duped, it will be too late.
Chad, do you know her name? That young lady's name?
Her first name's Alicia. She's a YouTuber. I don't know her first name.
I think somebody said they went to school with her.
Okay.
Oh, is that the one?
He said he was in 9th grade with her.
Oh, got
he
you.
He said she was a sweet girl. But he said she's married though. I'm like, to who?
Oh, she's married. I didn't even see a ring.
Her being, these folks married, it really don't mean too much because they could have some kind of makeshift. How they do now. They make something.
What does her husband do though? You know what I mean? Like, is he not doing what he's supposed to do? To where, I don't know. But I mean, what a contrast though between her and Marva Collins, right? But the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, a lot of teachers, a lot of educators don't share Marva Collins's kind of sentiment. They share the First Lady's sentiment. They share the First Lady's worldview in terms of their outlook on the world. And these are the people who are responsible for educating America's up and coming, adult generation, which is scary. So. Any comments, Chuck?
No, I just wrote this word down just so I can, stay hip and up to snuff on the latest words they throwing out here. Enoughness is what she said. Buying into this, just putting put the suffix on something, and all of a sudden it becomes a new thing. Whiteness, blackness, enoughness. She's done buying into this notion of enoughness, and she goes out her way to look, toned down and just earthy and simple and mundane, and cuts her hair and all this stuff, just deliberately looking as unattractive as she possibly can, and does and says things that just naturally revile people. And then she turns around and says, trying to do what society expects me to do in order to be quote unquote successful is too taxing. So I'm out. I'm just going to give up because it's just too hard. I'm just like, well, what exactly are you trying to do? I mean, really, I know life is tough and it does get hard. But what about life is so hard for you that you just feel the need to just completely check out?
Well, she said it's especially hard for black men and black women. Is what she said. I'm a black man, last I checked.
Yeah,
but I agree with her on that though, because it is hard when you live in a false reality.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the point.
You make life 10 times harder. Like what she's going through, of course, it's gonna be hard. If you believe that the world is like she says it is, of course it's gonna be difficult. You mean to tell me if I go to school and I get a degree in teaching pit bull sign language, and nobody wants to hire me. Nobody wants to hire me. Of course, it's going to be difficult for me. Come on, man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But now she wants
you think that you can go about it your own way and still get the same results that you want, and unfortunately for her, it just doesn't work that way. And you have people to whom she trusts, intellectuals who specialize in the production of ideas, telling her things that she's bought hook, line, and sinker, and she's going to go out and live this thing out and carry this out. And when those things don't bear fruit, then all of a sudden she's walking around bitter, while those folks to whom she has placed all of her stock into the things that they produce and promote, they're living high on the hog while she's suffering. Because the reality is that those things just don't make for success, because it's like Blanche said. I mean, she's tapped into a false reality. And, no matter how slick, no matter how well they dressed it up, no matter how well spoken these people are, it'll never be true. The world will never be the way that they want it to be, or it'll never be the way that they claim it is, no matter what. They're trying to cast a spell.
I've always wondered, when you hear Black people say it's hard for Black people, or it's hard for this person, and white people have it like this, how you've never been white, and you probably don't even invest that much time in even getting to know anybody on a deep level to even listen to what they've ever gone through. So how do you even know? Most people, everybody go through struggles. I don't understand people who think white people, they just missed it. They just struggle, just don't find them at all. There's no struggle they've had to overcome. There's no life trauma they've had to, get over or have
black folk.
None of that stuff. It is so crazy to me that they literally are saying that white people are superior. They are saying that they believe that they have this superiority over them, but they don't realize that that's what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's what
they're saying it so that they can constantly and consistently perceive of those who are outside of their group, i.e. the Black race, as being some sort of an adversary that they have to overcome. This is what cements this is what allows them to have this, it's what say for example a man like Theodore Adorno. He was a member of the Frankfurt School. This was his theory of the authoritarian personality, where individuals who want to have dominion or control over a group, part of the way that they're able to create unity and loyalty amongst the ranks of the people in the group is, of course, that there has to be a perceived threat on the outside. And it is to that extent that those inside the group feel a sense of solidarity, because you have to, I guess, when you're looking at something like skin color, of course, this is an ascribed characteristic. It's something that you are born with, but because you're born with it, you have all of these accolades and all of this praise that is heaped upon you. And so you feel special from that standpoint. But then what puts the icing on the cake and what draws a thick barrier around the exterior of the group, or what sets the boundary that separates you from everyone else, is this belief that those outside the group mean you harm. And so, yes, Keisha, like you said, they have to continue to say that white folks are superior, because in so doing makes the white man or white people their adversary. And by that extension, it just continues to cultivate solidarity amongst the group, because Black folk, and we've talked about the why, but the what is that Black folk, too many Blacks in this country, they're backward and tribal in the way they think. They're backwards. They're savage, pre-civilizational. Can I say it? Can we use these words? I know, because this ain't PC up in here. Black folk are quite simply backward and dysfunctional in the way they think.
I mean, they say they savages. They say they savages. They say they own demon time. That's what Black. That's what they say. That's what they say. So they agree with you. They agree.
There you go.
They said that they're goons. That there's
all that.
Lil Wayne says, "I'm a goon. I'm a goblin."
Yeah, all that. Listen, they.
Chad, you
And then
really
because
you surprise me when you know all these rap songs. Though. I'm telling you, I'd be surprised.
Okay, you're a goon, but what's a goon to a goblin? Nothing, nothing. You ain't scaring nothing. On some faggot bulls. Call me Dennis Rodman. Hey, check this one out though.
It really ends up being some Ayn Randian type shit where the best of the best and like do y'all thing are being able to do what they're doing because we are basically throwing away the people that need the most help in our own communities. So many black folks still today don't get how they're playing into systems of oppression for our own people. There are still so many black people speaking the gospel of personal responsibility and still playing into systems of oppression. We still think that the problem with black people is our level of excellence and not the structures around us that require us to be excellent just to access average.
So that goes back to what you were just saying, Keisha, about how right?
Like it don't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not a thing.
All you people with your personal responsibility.
Like that goes back to what you were saying, Keisha, though, like how like these people, like they can acknowledge that there's a lot of black people, and in fact the majority of black people are living in the middle class, so they can acknowledge that, but at the same time they maintain yet and still that, you know, there's not enough you can do in order to achieve like what exactly what is your goal. Like I think that would be a good place to start between the folks that, you know, those of us on this panel, and then homegirl with the haircut, the buzz cut, and dude with the dreadlocks. Like, I think a good place to start would be to understand what in their mind is making it. What in their mind is liberation. And I think what you'll find is that to them, a Marxist utopia is liberation. Because what else do you want? The majority of black folks are in the middle class. Like what more could you possibly ask for? You're sitting here still, you're sitting here still complaining that there is no such thing as pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. There is no such thing as maintenance. I'm opting out of the American dream. This, that, and the other. Like what do you want at this point in the game? You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, for me, it's resoundingly clear that what it is they want is for black people to not have to work. And the reason I can say that definitively is based upon what he just said. He said that you have to be excellent in order to get the average. When you understand what his definition of excellent is, it goes back to what the other people in the montage said. Basically doing the bare minimum, doing exactly what it is you're supposed to do as a human adult, in terms of pulling your own weight, in terms of getting a job, in terms of putting your best foot forward. Like, these are the things that one must do irrespective of color in order to earn their daily bread. This isn't unique to black folks. This is, you know what I mean? Like, the fact of the matter is, when God created Adam and he created Eve, he gave them dominion over the earth, and they sinned against him, and he cursed them and said, look, from this day forward, you'll sweat trying to break the earth for a living. This is the fate of literally every human being on the earth. Everyone has to do the same thing in order to scratch a living for themselves. And so in a meritocracy, yes, to the extent that you put your best foot forward and you do so with vigor, with respect, with honor, with dignity, you will get back a return on your investment. You'll reap what you sow, so to speak. Again, not unique to black folks, but the fact that this individual, this black man with the dreadlocks, is willing to sit up there and say that this is, like, the fact that we have to scratch the earth for a living is unfair. And because that's unfair, there is no such thing as being excellent, not black excellence, but just being excellent in general. And so because of that, we must, access the system in its entirety in pursuit of what exactly? I don't think he got to that point yet. I've watched, a great deal of this man's content. He never actually makes it clear what it is he wants. But I can construe by the totality of what he's saying that he wants a Marxist utopia.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what else could it possibly be?
I mean, again, underestimating the presence or the power of human agency. Why does this man not think that certain individuals are going to lag behind simply because that's just why in his mind. Okay, he has to have a solution. There must be an answer. There's some sort of institutional or systemic oppression that is preventing the whole of black folks to be, like you said, Chet, what exactly? So even if you look at black people, why does he have to, he'll tell you he loves them, but yet he dehumanizes them at the same time, because he takes away their own intrinsic value and their own uniqueness and their own skill and their own merit and their own worth. He takes it away by suggesting that there is this archetypal black person that is just, like if it were up to him, he could just simply put black folks on some sort of conveyor belt and they would all sort of come out the same. As if you were to eliminate every other single solitary racial group and just made everything all black, that there wouldn't be a hierarchy amongst them, because they will still be different, even though they're all black. People will find a way to separate themselves, or to sort of stratify themselves, based upon the things that they value, and again, that is the only way to have stability within any given structure or group. There has to be a value set, and within any given value set is of course inherent within that is going to be some mechanism of exclusion, and then that is the punishment for not being up to snuff. You don't get access to certain areas, right, within the within the structure, if you don't possess certain skills or whatever. And I get it. Sometimes it's about who you know, not what you know, and this, that, and the third. But it goes back to what I've been saying. There is no perfect way to carve all of this out and make it fair and equitable for everyone. That's just not life. That's not reality. And the fact that this man just can't understand that is just amazing to me. Again, if you had yeah, and it's again, like, it has to be. And mind you, I've heard people who have made these Marxist arguments and have done it a lot better. Again, I've seen this guy. He has almost 2 million followers on YouTube, and his videos gets millions of subscribers. And he's not. He has about 2 million followers on YouTube.
He can't even pronounce names right.
That guy had 2 million followers.
He names correctly. Yeah. He has over 1 million followers on subscribers on YouTube. I've heard people make the argument for his particular worldview, and they've done it a lot better. But for some reason, this man has all these views. Again, if you're taking all black society and removed everyone else who wasn't black, even amongst a group of all black folk, there's still going to be a hierarchy among them, because they'll still be different. And one more thing before I get off of here. He says that black folks have to be exceptional in order to be average. Now, I don't even accept that, but let's just pretend for a second that that is true. My response to that would be, so,
right.
Oh, it ain't fair that you got to work harder in order to just be average. So guess what's going to happen eventually? Whomever the gatekeepers are in the society or whatever, I know he's going to say that they're all white or whatever the case may be. All right, sure. But guess what will happen? People will slowly but surely begin to, and it'll happen fairly quickly, mind you, that they're going to realize that, the black folks, they are the ones who are actually competent. Because look at all the stuff that they have to go through in order to just be considered average. These people are quite exceptional. Eventually, these racist attitudes that I'm pretty sure that he assumes many of white folks have, they're going to betray their own racist attitudes for what is in their own best interest, which is to, of course, live off or try to find a way to exchange things of value, to gain access to the skills of these individuals who are exceptional at what they do. And that's just the way things work. Yes, but yet put black people or any given people in a scenario where they have to be forced to be exceptional because they're under so much pressure and stress and oppression. Those will be the people who will be better suited for tomorrow.
Let's build the prisons.
Listen.
Yep.
I did the numbers based on what Jamal Bryant said. He said 8% of black people own homes. And I went through the
8%?
numbers. He said 8%. Jamal
I live in
Bryant
a
said
predominantly black town, and most of the people here own their homes. That's just Cedar Hill,
Jamal
Texas.
Bryant said that 8% of black people own.
Where are these black folks getting these numbers from? 3,000 black people died in a so-called massacre that never existed.
So I just went through the numbers. I went through the numbers, and I got the numbers for all the black people that were 18 and older. Out of every black person that's 18 and over, 58% of black people own a home. 58%.
Right.
Out of home able, 18 and above, 58%. So to me, I said, that's what more could you want? Think about that. You got half the folks that want to own a home and half the folks that don't. That's right. That's indicative of life.
Right.
You always got the folks that want to do and the folks that don't want to do. Like to me,
Folks that want to do the bare minimum.
right. So again, to me, it's a reflection of life. But to expect black folks to have 100% home ownership is ridiculous. But again,
What's their rationale though, Blanche? Are they saying that because we worked 400 years as slaves? I have to do super air quotes for that one because I still don't know where they get this 400 from. So they're saying that we worked 400 years as slaves. We have all this injustice, and there's still these relics of systemic injustice. And are they saying that because of that, we shouldn't have to work to make our living? We shouldn't have to do anything to Homegirl's point with the with the buzz cut. Are they saying that because of that, we should basically just have everything handed to us in society? Like, what is their rationale in terms of like this quote unquote systemic injustice in terms of home ownership?
I think to me, it'll go back to communism. I don't know if Chuck gonna feel me on this, but BLM was saying that they wanted women to be able to have somebody watch their children during the day as they participated in social justice work. So they kind of look at the dealing with white folks as a job, as a career. Like being around white folks is actually what is the work. And so if me just being black in America is me working, then of course I should be getting these handouts and should be getting this stuff for free because I'm constantly under the boot or oppression of quote unquote white supremacy, yada yada yada. But to me, the BLM in their mission statement articulated how they view their place here. Their job is to constantly fight against the system, and they should be rewarded for that. And how they get rewarded, I don't know if it's obviously reparations, obviously some kind of financial incentive or whatever, but to me, that's what they're saying. They're saying it's hard being black, and being black is a job. That one girl in that poem, she said it. She talked about how hard it was being black. Like she made black this beautiful thing, but then she said black is hard to do. I'm like, what's hard to do about it? You get to yell and scream on stage. You get to walk around. You get to be black girl magic queen. Like, how is it hard for you? I'm waiting for somebody to tell me how is it hard being black when a black person can literally say, I'm a king and a queen, and nobody even dispute it.
Do y'all think we should invite Homegirl and Homeboy onto the Sunday night panel?
I would love to do that. I was thinking we should do that. I would because
I don't think Chuck will be able to handle it.
I would.
I'm have my clip ready for both of them.
Be honest. I probably wouldn't. I'm be honest, because it's no respect there. Like I don't respect you. I don't respect you at all.
The only qualifier is you can't have an earpiece. You can't have an earpiece. Just come with the knowledge you have, and let's have it.
Getting fed lines.
You gotta pull your dreads back.
When you're trying to get this money for the rent, and the Cadillac and gas money spent.
It's not a show.
Shit.
It's not a cutting through the culture show if Keisha doesn't sing. If she doesn't just break out in a random song. Man, what a mess.
They won't do it.
When he raps.
They would not come on this show. They would not come on this. There's no way.
I don't think they'll do it either. But
not without bodyguard,
No, but yeah, Chuck is right though. Homeboy has over 1 million subscribers on his YouTube channel. And
He has to be a plant. There's no
well,
way.
well, I've heard that people like him, and this is true not only, to be fair, not only on the Marxian side of the spectrum, but also too on the conservative side of the spectrum, where you have these companies that build up these YouTube channels, and then they kind of plant these influencers to have this large audience to kind of spew certain talking points, kind of as a psyop, a psychological operation. And I don't have any definitive proof to say that that's what his channel is, but I would venture to say that that's what it is, because you listen to the man talk, and it's like one of two things are true. Either he is a plant, or people are just that gullible to resonate with the things that he's saying, which are just utter nonsense. You know what I mean? It's like the contradiction, like you have to, even a two-dimensional thinker can listen to what he's saying, even in that clip that I just played earlier, and see the contradiction in what he's saying.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, of course, like I was able to reference the number of black folks who are in the middle class, and in order to qualify my argument, which rebuffed his. But does one even need to have that piece of information or background knowledge to understand that what he's saying is complete cap? That's a genuine question.
I mean, I think
like listening to what he's saying at face value. I mean, help me out, panel. Are you like listening to what he's saying at face value? Can you guys sympathize with his listener in terms of just taking what he's saying at face value? Like what is it that he's actually speaking to? Is he speaking to the person who is just trying to find an excuse to say that my life is somebody else's fault? Like, who is his audience exactly?
I think it's because it's not. This idea is everywhere. It's literally, I mean, when you have 90, whatever the percent is now, it's like, still around, like it's still in the 90s of children that are public school educated or public schooled. That is the communist worship center. That is literally where you send your kids off every day, where they literally learn the it's church. It's communist church, and it's constant every single day, 5 days a week, 13 years basically. Like, so it's surprising that more Americans don't believe this, quite frankly, because I mean it is literally pounded into the minds of Americans every day. So
I think that the measure of a man is his politics. First and foremost, it's his faith, but I think his where you stand politically is a measure of how much of a man you are. If a man, because the thing is, like, as far as real men are concerned, meritocracy should resonate with you more than any other economy, more than any other government. If you are a man and you are not involved in politics, but yet you like a communist or Marxist or socialist system more than meritocracy, then you're not much of a man as far as I'm concerned. As far as women go, with the exception of the lovely Keisha, I don't think women should be involved in politics. But the thing, my whole thing is like I know that we're far gone as a society because feminism has completely ravished our political and economic system to where you have the girl, like in our episode a few weeks ago, where you had the little girl who's saying, like, if they cut funding, then I won't go to school, and if I don't go to school, then I won't be able to get a job, and if I only get a job, I won't be able to have provide for myself. So whether it's that little girl or whether it's this grown tell woman saying that I got my degree in sign language and I can't find a job, and so it's society's fault. Like, to me, I think that this is kind of indicative of a culture that says that a woman's primary focus and primary income should be predicated on what she does in terms of how she provides in the marketplace versus being a homemaker and being provided for by a husband. You know what I mean? So it's like that concept of playing your role or playing your part within the familial context just is completely like not even a factor, not even something that's considered in our society, in today's modern American culture. And so here I am in particular saying like, no, women belong in the home, being homemakers. Of course, you'll have some exceptions to the rule, but that should be the primary place. That's not a sexist thing. That's not like, that is the strength of a society. That is the strength of civilization. As Kevin Samuel says, and as I agree, the strength of the strength of a nation depends on the morality of its woman. If its woman is amoral, if its woman is feminist, then naturally society will suffer. I think that's exactly where we're at. But two, like, you know what I mean, we played the clip from Vice a few episodes ago. You had the white cowboy, you had the black man who says I'm black and I'm from the hood, whatever that's supposed to mean. But he says that I don't believe in gender roles. I don't believe that the man should be the lead in the household. And even black women rejected that in pursuit of the cowboy. And so again, like, I would venture to say that a lot of these black women are like, I would venture to say that a lot of them are pro-black. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you can't seem to kind of get over this natural kind of default inclination that you have to be more attracted to the cowboy than you are to the hood black dude who says that, you know, there shouldn't be such a thing as masculinity. So although you might talk all this trash online about how you're pro-black this and pro-black that, like, the fact that you like the cowboy more than you did the black dude tells me everything I need to know. But
Chad, I think when you're talking about like the inclination of manhood or even womanhood, I think you're not taking into consideration how strongly cultified and brainwashed so many, like I'm still, you know, in research mode of learning about brainwashing and cults and stuff like that, and you know, as I'm writing my book, and it is so powerful. Like I just look at my own family, like trying to talk to my grandmother, just sensible conversations. The reason she can be reasonable on so many other levels, but when it comes to a certain thing, it's like mind shut down, you know, reason failure. Like there is, it's you have to decultify. you know, you have to I forget the word at the moment, but you have. What's that?
You have to repent. Like.
Well, yeah, you have to repent.
Like, I mean, it says Bob Dylan says you have to serve somebody. He says it might be the devil or it might be the Lord, but you have to serve somebody. Serve somebody. No, you have to serve somebody. It might be the devil or it might be the Lord. If you, I mean, the thing is, like, whether you recognize it as a cult, which you do, and I agree, or whether you're just apolitical, like the fact is, like, you have to serve the devil or you have to serve the Lord. Like, there's no in between. There's no gray area. And so we are called to repent. Like, repentance is the only answer to all this cluster nonsense that we have going on in society. But go ahead, Keisha.
The word was deprogram, wasn't it? Was that the word deprogram?
She said decultify.
Deprogram. Deprogram. I feel like there's another word too that they use, but when you're trying to get someone, huh?
That's it. Deactivate. That's what it needed.
I mean, it really takes either an act of God, or a slow walking, getting them out away from the cult and having them kind of deal with regular life without any of that influence, because it's sort of hypnotic, because once they start to hear the phrases, the words, and all the things, again, they go right back into that mindset. So you have to get them away from those people, the thinking, the lingo that they use, all of those things. When you get them by themselves, then they can actually come back to themselves so that they can even repent, because you can't, as they're in the cult, and it happens really fast. Most of the time, I remember when CRT was first like coming on the scenes, there was this lady, a black lady. She was at her school board in Texas, and she was like, "I have never taught my children, this oppressed stuff, and here I am." She said, "In 2 weeks, here my kids come. They're talking about all of this stuff. I don't want my children learning this stuff." It happens really, really fast, and it's really hard to get people out of it. And think about it, we have have our children in these institutions for all these years, and then we're kind of expecting, American society to churn out something different other than a cult member. I mean, it's hard for people to escape the pervasive communist. It's quite brilliant. It's hard for one to escape. We are literally blessed like to not be in that mindset. Seriously, those are in the chat. That is a miracle, because it is everywhere. America has been inundated with this idea for a very long time. So
100%.
I've been sitting there thinking, man, listen to you guys, and I'm just like,
I saw you thinking. I saw your wheels turning, Chuck. I was wondering what's on Chuck's mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah, kind of like a light bulb just went off in my head, man, when I think about this whole question of black excellence. When Keisha was talking, it wasn't so much I was reacting to her. I was just kind of zoned out, and it was just like, boom, something just went off in my head, just with regard to the core theme and the title of the show about black excellence. I thought about the reign of Pol Pot in Cambodia and his in his Khmer Rouge, the faction. I forgot the person who gave them that name. Khmer Rouge, it means Cambodia's Reds. They actually had a more political sounding title to designate their the Communist Party of Cambodia. I forget their name, but Khmer Rouge is sort of like a shorthand way of describing them. But anyway, one of the things that prompted Pol Pot to do what he did is he talked about wanting to take Cambodia back to the golden days of Angkor. For those of you who don't know, there's like this massive spiritual religious temple in Cambodia called Angkor Wat. And as a matter of fact, even when the genocide was taking place in Cambodia in the late 70s, the Khmer Rouge claimed that they were doing what they were doing in pledge, almost like in a sacrifice, to Angkor. But anyway, in Pol Pot's mind, prior to Cambodia's exposure to French culture, because Cambodia was part of what they called Indochina. At the time, prior to, you first began to see a communism making its way into Indochina, which was a part of the French Empire. You began to see it in the 1920s. I spoke about this in my Obama talk, and I couldn't remember the name of the Soviet agent who was tasked to go into Indochina to help spread communism. The man's name was Mikhail Borodin. Mikhail Borodin is the one who went into Indochina and in Vietnam and China and other places and was spreading communism. But the Communist Party was founded in Vietnam in 1930. And they called themselves the Indochina Communist Party, because their original goal was to turn all of Indochina, which meant all of that part of the French Empire, into a communist, a Soviet, country, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. Anyway, I know I'm probably talking about a lot of crazy stuff that some people probably not familiar with. But anyway, Pol Pot's attitude was, we're going to remove all aspects of Western influence from Cambodia, meaning ridding Cambodia of all everything Western. This is one of the reasons why, of course, you all remember those scenes when the Khmer Rouge took over Cambodia. They drove everyone out of the city and drove them into the countryside, because he pretty much, just to cut it short, he eschewed all forms of development. Everything that the West, that he deemed to be a product of Western influence, he got rid of it. And this, of course, led to the death of some folks say as high as 2 million Cambodians at the hands of the Khmer Rouge. A man like Francisco Nguema, who was one time president of Equatorial Guinea, did something similar. They murdered and killed all the intellectuals, killed anyone with a Western sounding name, refused to allow any of his native citizens to receive medical care. Because everything was going back to the way it was during the glory days before the Europeans came. And of course, this led to unimaginable amounts of horror and death and just suffering and misery for the peoples of these countries. And so when I see the guy with the long dreadlocks, and like Chad said, what exactly is he getting at? What are all of these people getting at when they talk about just giving up and promoting these things like black excellence and whites and this and that, as if, like there's this golden age, this glory before white folks came from the hillsides of Europe. There was this panacea, this paradise. And if we can only remove this parasite that is the white man, and all of a sudden we will become gods again. But we've seen all too often what happens when these things are tried. People just die and they suffer, because, again, man, mankind, we're all meant to play a very specific role. We all sort of contribute to the pot, so to speak. And when you isolate a certain group of folk, as being white folks, and say, well, we don't need their contribution, we don't need what they bring to the table, because therein lies the problem. They're the problem. How can you get anywhere from that? How can you go anywhere? How can you go in a positive direction from that? You're only going to suffer.
We're on the brink of we're on the brink of an intensified degree of suffering, Chuck, I believe. Because whether it's, the two individuals, and there's plenty more from where that came from in the way of, content and the people who are resonating with it, or, to what Blanche has been pointing out with regard to South Africa. You had a stadium full of people. It looked like it was full to the brim, all chanting, death to the farmer, death to the white farmer. Again, I think we're on the brink of something that is, intensified in the way of destruction. And
people are going to die. Yeah.
Right. And I don't think that, people should make the mistake of thinking that this is organic. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that people should make the mistake of thinking that this is like, this is something that is kind of the overflow of oppression and people are just fed up with it. And it's to that extent that they are rising up. No, this is funded. This is organized by individuals with a global interest, and they their power grows off the back of chaos and destruction. And Blanche makes a very solid point that these are the farmers, these are the producers. Without them, you have no food. And so when they can clandestinely and covertly get you to rail against the farmers, and here in America with the rhetoric of the likes of AOC and Cornel West and Bernie Sanders saying the 1%ers, this is the 1%, they're the ones to blame. Well, I mean, those 1%ers are creating a lot of jobs. And so to the extent that you can get the lay people, as Ayn Rand calls them, she calls them the looters. To the extent that you can get the looters to rail against the producers, where then does your provisions come from? Because you don't have the ingenuity or the intuitiveness or the innovativeness to, or the innovation to, I'm talking like them now, you don't have that kind of get up and go bone in your body to make it happen. So if you are biting the hand that feeds you, as it were, because you're not an entrepreneur, not all of you are entrepreneurs, not all of you are producers, you depend upon an infrastructure that was already pre-laid for you, right? And so to the extent that you join the chorus of those who wish to deconstruct and completely eradicate the means of production in society, you have no one else I'm getting all tongue-tied. You have no one else to depend upon other than the state. And when you look at what's going on with the World Economic Forum, how they're joining together large corporations and governments around the world, they're trying to create a kind of unified governing body to be at the ready off the back of this chaos. Once everything is destroyed and you have a heap of ashes, here they come to say, look, we have the answers, we have the infrastructure, we can be your new nanny, we can be your new big brother, we can be your source of provisions. And this is exactly the direction in which we're headed. People think that this is an organic uprising. It's not. It really isn't. And this is why we talk about Martin Luther King. This is why we talk about Obama. This is why we talk about all the ways in which we have historically been duped. So we might then warn you against the coming kind of tactics to hoodwink you, to get you once again to be so emotionalized into ushering in your own demise. Blunt, your thoughts.
Even when I did another video where I had Diamone on there talking, if you go look at the comments, black people by and large are unaware of what communism is and how dangerous it is and how bad it is. And then they're also saying that this is fake news. So on the one hand, they're saying it's not real. They just chanting kill the white farmers for fun. And then on the other hand, they're saying that communism, how do we know it's bad? It isn't that bad and all this stuff. So, I just think that to go on Keisha's point, this indoctrination is so great because it really, I don't know who said it earlier, but black folks have created their own world to where they believe that nothing that is like the World Economic Forum, communism, Marxism, none of this stuff affects them. Like it's just, if they just stay in this black world, they'll be shielded from all of the stuff that's going on in the world. I'm like,
empty wagon.
So there are people that I respect on there that got, good, decent channels, and they're still confused. They can't understand the concept of shutting down means of production, getting rid of farmers, getting rid of private business. They can't even fathom this being a tactic. Like they think it's just like it's not really happening. It's not going on. They want the land back. Give them their land back. The white people took I'm just like, y'all are missing the bigger. This is not about race. And then I'm like,
that's not even true though, Blanche. That's not even true. That land doesn't belong to those black people. That's not even true. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I just hate when people say stuff that's wrong.
I see Nelson Mandela at a literal Communist Party conference with his fist up in front of a communist flag on stage with a bunch of communists. I'm like, what in the world is going on? We got sold the dream that Mandela was the good guy. And I'm like, no. And so I'm telling people, I'm like, if we were wrong about MLK, Marcus Garvey, Huey P. Newton, Elijah Muhammad, Nelson Mandela, if we were wrong about all these people, what makes y'all think y'all are right now? Like if y'all have been wrong the entire time, how are you right now? It don't make any sense to me. So again, there's a huge disconnect between this global agenda and what black folks think is going on. Black folks think they finna rise up and take the land back and take America back. It's a whole bunch of crazy stuff.
I wanted to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Keisha.
I was, it's really sad. I mean, they literally tell you, they're like, here's our plan in 2030. You'll own nothing and be happy. We're planning on we're full steam ahead. We want to monitor, what you eat. In fact, we want you to eat bugs because it's better for the earth, according to our experts, and they have, like, Nicole Kidman is on commercials, like right now, eating bugs. Like, they're trying to make this.
Are you serious?
Yes. Popular actors and actresses are doing commercials, and they're like, it's not so bad. This is the same tactic that what was his name, Edward Bernays. He's like a popular marketing guy. Same tactic that he used, like when he was trying to get women to smoke cigarettes. He put them in front of these. He put them in the right places. It's product placement. You put them in the right places. You make it seem cool. You make it seem like everybody else is doing it. You make it seem like you don't want to be left out of the crowd. All those things, and then next thing we know, you got all these people around here eating bugs. It is crazy.
Yeah. The crazy thing about Edward Bernays is he wasn't only a marketing consultant; he was also a government consultant as well.
Yes, he was.
And in fact, Stanley Levison, who was Martin Luther King's chief advisor, studied Edward Bernays and Walter Lippmann, both of whom were, quote unquote, experts in the way of public manipulation and the shaping of public opinion. And so, again, when you look at the way in which Martin Luther King was lionized, when you look at the way in which FDR was lionized, this is the handiwork of the likes of Lippmann and Bernays, who were people like to look at Pavlov, and Pavlov, had a lot of nefarious ways about him. But even more so here in the West was people like Bernays and Lippmann. Chuck, you look like you wanted to say something before we got to this this last segment.
Yeah, just what you were talking just about how these people, it's not an inorganic thing, or it is not an organic thing. There's something sort of shady going on here. And that is because, these people, like you said, they are going to come and swoop in, once everything comes falling down. Because, these folks, they actually think that there is something brighter, something better on the other side. They do not trust the untrained and the unwise with the management of their own lives, because they think that the governing of people should be left up to the experts. And this is the reason why they want to make it seem like it's a white thing, whatever term they use, whiteness, white supremacy, Eurocentricity, whatever word that they're trying to use, right? Because it is the freedom principles in all of its various forms from all of the great thinkers that we can quote, that we can think of, and everything else. It is the West that they have an issue with, because it is the West that brought forth this idea to the entire world that the average man is worthy. The average man, the everyday man, is sovereign. He has control over himself. He has certain dignity, certain unalienable rights, and on and on and on, right? And this is a uniquely Western tradition. It's not African. It's not South American. It's not Latin American. It is a specifically Western thing. And this is why they do this. Again, because they think that once they're able to destroy and kill and do whatever it is that they need to do. I don't necessarily think, maybe this is just me being naive. I don't even think these people are necessarily motivated by anything evil, although they are doing evil things because they're godless. This is their idea of redeeming, right? And this is their eschatology. This is their idea of man returning back to the Garden of Eden. This is their idea of perfection, because they cannot deal with the inconsistency and the inexplicability of what it means and just what it takes to when you look at society, when you look at the world, it's too complex. There are too many variables. There are too many things that they can't control. Too many things that they can't complain. And the fact that human beings, and especially when you go to certain countries where there are more freedom than in other places, The freedom that individuals have, that's the problem. Because what people like us are too stupid to realize is we would be a lot happier if we gave up our freedoms, because they know better than we know, and they genuinely believe this. They genuinely believe that if you give everything, turn everything over to them, then we will be thankful to them for this in the end. They believe this.
Wow.
The society managers.
Right.
Yep.
So before we get to the last clip, which Chuck shared with me earlier, I'm sorry, Blanche shared with me earlier. I don't know why I keep getting Blanche and Chuck confused, but I guess all black folks are alike. But before I
don't see the resemblance, man.
Kind of speaking loosely to what the point that Chuck was just making. As he was speaking, I just got an alert on YouTube from a video that I posted earlier today, where Chuck and I were giving commentary on how the "I Have a Dream" speech was a scam. Somebody just commented on there saying that it was not a scam. He woke up. I guess he was saying that Martin Luther King woke up. And
from what?
Exactly. And so for me, it's like, again, it kind of goes to like, it doesn't matter how much evidence you show people. It doesn't matter how much you put people up on what's going on. They will maintain, like they want every fiber of their being want to hold on to the narrative that they've been sold. They don't want to disbelieve it. They don't want to be shown any other way. They just want to hang on to it for dear life. And somebody actually referenced a quote from Yuri Bezmenov in the comment section earlier, where he says that it's only when the Soviet boot comes crashing down on your balls, then you will understand. Until that, no, Martin Luther King was a good man. We all have our faults. Okay. So let's see here. I do want to get to some of these super chats. And panel, feel free. Since we are on a different platform, I don't have all of your guys' Cash Apps. So if you wanted to go in and edit your name to include your Cash App number, I can display it on the screen. So let's see here.
I don't know how to do that on here.
Okay. Angel Wings, if you're in the comment section still, if you don't mind posting the Cash Apps for the panel, please, if you're in the comment section, go and leave a tip for the panelists here. Blanche takes EBT and whatever is left for your monthly welfare rations. He takes it. So let's see here. We got a super chat from
Blanche is a fool, man.
Actually, this is a super sticker. We got 2 super stickers from Patrina John. For some reason, it's not letting me show it on the screen. Oh, there it is. It's all the way up there. Let me drag that down. So thank you, Patrina John, for the 2 super stickers. Really appreciate your support of the show. We also have one from T. Super chat. I'm sorry, super sticker. Thank you for your support of the show. Really appreciate it. And then from Sneakerhead, super chat. No comment. So really appreciate your guys' support of the show. I was going to do a call-in segment, but we're already at almost 4 hours, so we're going to nix that and hopefully get to it next week. But I did want to get to this this last clip that Blanche shared. I haven't seen it yet. There's more that I wanted to get to, but the hour's late, and I wanted to be respectful of everybody's time on the panel. So maybe we'll do a Black Excellence Part 2 next week.
I'm proud of you, black man. 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 I'm proud of you, black man.
Let's stop yelling in his ear.
What in the...
I'm proud of you, black man.
What did you do?
I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man.
She had to calm him down. The little girl was like, what the hell? She's like, yeah, calm down. You're doing way too much.
He's like, baby, okay, nah.
Like, yeah, you crying, snotting, slobbering.
Well, what was that?
Oh, it's medical school. He graduated from medical school, and so in the clip, as it goes longer. He's making a big scene, so somebody comes and obviously there's cameras around, but they ask him, and he's just talking about, I got it out the mud, it was nights I didn't eat. I went hungry. I was eating out the trash. Like, I tried to find the full video, but it's a longer version where he talks about, he sounds like a rapper. I got out the mud. I eating out the
He's
trash.
talking to himself. He's talking to himself, Blanche.
Oh, he's talking to himself? Because I'm like, who is?
No, yeah. No, on that clip he is. On that clip talking to himself, but then somebody comes
What?
up.
That's even weirder.
Yeah.
So he's referring to himself?
Yeah, he's talking to himself on that.
That's demonic possession. That's straight up like satanic possession then.
Then somebody comes up and he says, yeah, I was eating out the trash. I didn't know where I was gonna get my next meal. I was like, he just gave a whole story to the person that was, I guess, asked him, did he want to say something on the camera? But
this man would never be my doctor.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was just about to say that I would not hire him to. I wouldn't even hire him to do my supplements. Like, no way. It's not.
That's demonic possession is what that is. The way that he's screaming, because I mean, if he was proud of his son, okay, still weird, still cringy, but okay. But he's talking about himself.
Yeah, he graduated.
I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man.
Oh my God.
Putting into
I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man.
Ugh.
I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man.
It's
Yeah,
okay,
this
baby.
man,
It's okay.
this man could never be my
All
doctor.
right. So here I go. I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try to Okay, so if wait, okay, so if all your life you've been told you can't, it's hard, black people don't do this, all the things that he's probably heard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it probably really is hard I'm sure it is tough to finish medical school, for sure. But it's tough for
Nothing
everybody.
justifies that, Keisha. I'm sorry.
No.
No. But I'm saying, yes, it's just wait a minute now. So for him having all of that, all of these wrong thinkings in his head, when he actually does, for him, is probably it's tough. He's like, I can't believe it. I beat the odds for literally black people, because black people don't do things like this. You know what I'm saying? This is what, if you're going around saying black people can't succeed because of white people, you can't go to school, you can't own a home, you can't, all the things that we hear, for him to actually do it, not saying that it warrants that. I'm just trying to understand why he would react this way. I don't know. That's the best I got.
acting a fool.
No
The ancestors took him over.
Just be normal.
Right.
Just be
right. Like you said, be normal. Just got to be loud and just extra. I said it earlier, it's just extra. Just acting a fool. Ain't nobody else acting like that but you, man. Making a fool of yourself, embarrassing your family members because you yelling and screaming like a maniac.
Yeah, but even the wife had to say, okay, you're going way too far. Scaring the daughter.
I wonder what kind of doctor is he? Is he like a chiropractor?
He's like Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss.
He like Dr. Seuss.
Dr.
Pepper. Yeah.
No, I respect chiropractors though. I respect chiropractors. But no,
I do
this
too.
is.
I do too.
Yeah, I mean.
I don't know. I just can't. I don't know what would warrant that.
Hey, that's black excellence though.
That would be to me, I could see somebody like Booker T. Washington reacting that way. Man, I don't even think he would, but I'm just saying, at least back then, like it would have had more. It would have had more of a relevance to the way.
Not even back.
responded.
Like
it
there's
would
no
correlate better.
era. There's no point in time. There's none of that in which that would have been okay. That's straight up demon possession. Because I mean, for me, he's sitting up there saying, "I'm proud of you, black man." I'm trying to look for the black man that he's talking to. I'm like, okay, like who is he referring to? I'm looking at the person that he's hugging, and I'm like, that looks like a girl to me. Who? Like, I'm genuinely trying to find who it is he's referring to. So when Chuck says he's talking about himself, I mean, he needs to be exercised. For real, he needs Uncle Ruckus to come and exercise that demon out of him.
Exercise the demon. Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, he needs that demon to be exercised.
But what's crazy is that he's talking later on. He talks in the video, and he basically is talking like his wife wasn't there the whole time. He's acting like he wasn't going to medical school and she was probably working. Obviously, like, you know what I'm saying? He's just telling the story as if she was nowhere in the picture. Like he was just on the street, homeless, struggling and fighting, and his wife is standing right there looking at him like, okay. I thought I was.
Everybody's dressed well. They got haircuts. You know, he ain't missing a meal.
Right.
I don't listen.
Those khakis are looking.
I don't trust any man that got hips. If you got hips as a guy, you stop like you built like a thick auntie. I don't trust you. He started stomping his feet. I've never seen a guy that had hips, and I was like, okay, that's a good guy. I've never seen that in my life. All guys with hips got character flaws. I don't know what it is. It's like survival of the fittest. Like you can see some guy with hips, you're like, okay, I don't trust him. Don't go around him. So
hey,
me,
but what if they're over a certain age and their metabolism is slowed down? Like what if, you know?
Yeah, but you shouldn't get hips though. Like he built like
childbearing hips.
He built like a cougar. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't trust him. Now imagine, hold on. Now imagine this. Now imagine him doing this in this public place, showing out, and folks looking at him, and he's saying they racist because everybody's staring at him looking like he's crazy. Like they hate on me. They don't want me to succeed.
His eyes are red from the tears. His nose are snotty. He's drooling at the mouth, but yet everybody else is racist for looking at him like anyway. But yeah, we're a little past 4 hours. We're gonna go ahead and land it here. We're gonna get closing remarks, starting with you, Chuck.
Yeah, just black excellence. Is there such thing as black excellence? Well, like Chad, I think Chad, it would be great, man, if you. I love the tweet you sent out in response to that guy or whatever or the meme about what was it? This is acting white, and it's like, no, it's not acting white. Black excellence is such and such and such. And I just loved your remark. The fact that you're taking something that is objective, such as excellence, and you're putting this qualifier in front of it. Simply means that it's no longer excellence. Right? The excellence is not unique to any group or race of individuals. The fact that you are specifying it or qualifying it by saying it's black excellence just means quite simply that it's not excellent. It's not excellent. And what we see, I'll go back to a point I made a few hours ago, and that is that we see that too often blacks look at this guy screaming and yelling, acting crazy in public, carrying on like this. We see that things that have become quote unquote black, or things that validate your black card, like Blanche would say, you get invited to the cookout and this and that. Unfortunately, these things have become expressions of black excellence simply because of the black intelligentsia that has dominion over these people by way of their intellectual and scholarly validation of their dysfunction. And I think that's the important thing to talk about. And Chad refers to them as your conscious Marxist versus your unconscious Marxist. We've taken pathology and we've made it chic. And it's very unfortunate this is happening.
Yeah, I agree. I did want to share, let's see here. I did want to share the tweet that Chuck just referenced real quick. Not to show, my tweet and hey, look what I said or whatever. But the reason I wanted to share it was to show you all something, to kind of add another layer to it all. If I can find it, here it is. So here is the tweet right here. And it says, where'd it go? Here it is. I can't really read that writing. I'm gonna have to actually blow it up on my end. Okay, so it says, so this guy, his name is Kenny Akers. He made this meme that says, "You act white," and then he goes on to say, when black people display their intelligence, he spelled intelligence wrong, by the way, but I digress. When black people display their intelligence, they are not imitating whiteness, because intelligence is not an inherently white trait. Black excellence is real and has nothing to do with white proximity. To which I responded by saying, what's ironic about this meme is that after rightly insisting that intelligence has nothing to do with being white, it then contradicts itself by saying, quote, black excellence, unquote. Excellence, too, has nothing to do with ethnicity. I would actually argue that black excellence is a subpar version of excellence, that it is excellence light. So that's what I said. And rather than responding to me, which I wasn't really looking for a response, homeboy did this.
Sorry. That's what they do.
So I guess he didn't like something that I said, which I wasn't attacking him. At least that wasn't the spirit of what I did, but he decided to block me. Your closing remarks, Keisha?
So like when I asked my 16-year-old, would she like it if her teacher said, "Oh, you did an excellent job because you're black"? The look that she gave me was like that. It was not a compliment. So that shows you that when you say something black excellence or black whatever it is, it's not anything to be lifted up, because you're trying to extract yourself out of the human experience. You're not doing anything that other people, unless you're doing something that other human beings can't do, then you're doing what everybody else does, which you don't get to put the black on top of it, huh?
No, you're right. I was agreeing with you.
Because my daughter at first, she was like, well, yeah, I think, she's like, well, maybe this would apply to, like the first black inventors. I was like, well, there were white inventors too. So everything she tried to give a reason for, I was like, well, there were this group of people that did that too. She's like, okay, yeah, well then there's no reason to put black excellence on it. Like, I love talking to kids because, well, especially the ones who think, because you get to probe, their minds and make them, think. And it's when they can figure stuff out on their own, it's really cool to watch them do it. And so it's unfortunate that, teenagers who haven't been indoctrinated, they can see the world purely and rightly. And then when you talk to these other adults who are so indoctrinated, it's really sad. So, we talk about a lot of things that you're not supposed to talk about on this show, which is why I really, really love it. And so I hope that these conversations get our audience, and they take these conversations that we have, and they can have them with their own children or share them with their friends and family, so we can break this thing that has become such a cancer in America.
100%. Blanche, you have the last word.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm gonna keep it simple. I think when we talk about Black excellence, what we're really looking at is something spiritual, and that Black people are saying that they're excellent, almost like beyond reproach, so not to be questioned. And we look at this being kind of a God-like complex, almost like because we think about excellence in terms of God, but we talk about a person. How can a person be excellent? So I just think that this whole Black excellence thing is a spiritual thing, and it's kind of like, I'm my own standard of existence. This is Black excellence. We set the standard. We don't have to adhere to anything else. So to me, it goes along with, I think Chuck mentioned this before about about being atheist, and I've been thinking about that a lot, because really, when you break this stuff down, the person makes himself their own God. I answer to myself, and so I feel like Black excellence goes along with that thing of just, I'm greatness on my own. I don't need, because they don't mention Black excellence when it comes to God. They don't mention anything. It's about what they quote unquote done, which is oftentimes just what everybody else is doing. So you're just separating yourself from the pack. But I would say that if we are to be excellent, I would say it has to come from, us walking like Christ. So if anybody's talking about having an excellent life, they should be mirroring what Christ did as he walked on this earth. Anything else is really something that's man-made and contrived, and honestly of Satan, because none of these people are Black excellence when it comes to making the world a better place. They're just Black excellence when it comes to being prideful and making quote unquote Black look good. But I thought it was a great show today. I'm blessed to be a part of this show, and there is no such thing as Black excellence, but there is a person that is walking with God, trying to be righteous.
Right. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you all who left a super chat or a super sticker. Thank you, Angel Wings, our esteemed moderator, for doing what you do. Thank you, our panelists, LaQuisha, Chuck, and Blanche. Really appreciated you all. You don't like that name?
No, I don't.
LaQuisha. See y'all next time. I think we're going to do a part 2 to this show, because there's some other clips that we didn't get to. That makes my job easier as far as prep goes. But anyway, love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Bye.